Everybody, cameras on, stay on mute. Cameras on, stay on mute. Cameras on, stay on mute. I'm making sure that this one works. I apologize for that. I will take all the blame. That was totally my fault. I'm getting a new setup. Can you guys give me a mic check? You can hear me. That would be wonderbar. And I will even turn on the camera. Perfect. Hi guys. Welcome to my newest kitchen that I have accessed to have a wonderful evening with you. We are going to be going to our classic detention docket dinners. Most of you already know how this works, but if you're new here, welcome. This is Kitchen Court Cases, where we watch court in my kitchen, and we're going to watch detention dockets from 2021. They are in Tarrant County, Texas, and the judge is generally Judge Kim. And yeah, if you have any questions, hit us up in the chat. We're happy to help. I am going to get it playing here shortly. Thank you, Donna. What happened? Did you have to make a new account? You're different. I'll have to fix that. Hi, everybody. I see you all. What did everyone have for dinner, by the way? And if you didn't like what you had for dinner, let me know what you wish you had. I haven't made dinner yet, but I have a lovely clean kitchen to mess up. So, thank you guys. I'm so glad to be back. I am feeling much better and appreciate all the well wishes and caring thoughts that I've got. I see you guys there. Hi. Ramen noodles, I'm poor. I understand that, Jerry. Ramen noodles can be like totally zhuzhed up, if you will. Hi, Monica. Pot pie. I'm gonna take that differently. Laura, oh, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, you're amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. That's incredible. Um, I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. Oh, I gotta be careful. I gotta be low on the dancing as much as I can. Rotisserie chicken, tortellini, and asparagus. I'm a beggar these days, so whatever someone wants to feed me, I'm down. I understand that attitude as well. There are a few that was changed. Okay, I'm gonna check into that, Donna. Mayor, hi. Paperwork, get out of here. I understand. Hi, Dawn. Hi, arbitrary. Hi. Oh, thank you, Monica. Okay, let me get it playing so that I can get something going. Aw, thank you. How do I say your name? Zieseifer. Um, Ribeye, steak, asparagus, and corn. She cooks for you twice a week. Orlando, Chiquita, I'm jealous. Oh, Tupac, thank you so, so much. You guys are awesome. What a way to start this stream off. I'm so excited. Actually, what that calls for is balloons. Yes! Oh, hi, Bluebell. Hi. Say hi to everybody. This is Bluebell. And these are balloons. I can't let her pop these because they're full of confetti. It'll be a mess and a half. Bluebee, come say hi. Hi. Do you want to dance? Let's dance and show everybody how good you are. Okay? Oh, okay. Careful. You're going to expose me. Anyways. Okay, go back and lie down. No, go lie down. Go lie down. She's super sweet. I'm going to be getting her on camera more too, but I have to figure out my own angles first. So let's get this going. We have it right here. Let's get rid of me. No, no, no. Get rid of me. Sorry, I thought I changed the text, but I didn't. Anyways, let's go.
2021. We're conducting these proceedings remotely via Zoom. However, in order to give the public meaningful access to the courts, we are also broadcasting these proceedings on YouTube for the public to observe. This is still a court proceeding. The court does expect everyone to behave appropriately for court. That means please be dressed appropriately and behave appropriately. Do not have bright lights behind your heads that tends to shadow out your face. Please do not have moving backgrounds or moving objects in the background. That includes things like ceiling fans or being in a moving vehicle. Please restrain or remove any distracting background noises like domesticated animals or children. If you're an officer of the court, we do understand, and so you may turn off your camera as you did. However, you're participating, your camera must be on. I'm going to go ahead and ask, and otherwise everyone's camera needs to be on. So Lena, your camera does have to be on. Go through this list. Keisha, your camera has to be on. Cynthia Gonzalez, your camera has to be on.
Judge Kim doesn't play.
Go ahead and enable the waiting room. All right, we're going to go ahead and start with Corey Bibbs. Mr. Bibbs?
Yeah.
All right, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days. I'm deciding whether to keep you here, to release you. If I keep you here, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Newman, he is your appointed attorney. I don't think I've seen him yet. I'm going to ask Mr. Berger to go ahead and step in. So
I'm here, Judge.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Berger. All right,
Good morning, Judge.
Mr. Bibbs, you were here for evading arrest in 2019. Then February of this year, Grand Prairie brought you in. There was a stolen car. There was a car chase, spun out, a wreck. Driver and passenger fled. And when they caught up with you, you were found in possession of marijuana. And now we have a new offense for burglary of a building. We're at the elementary school. Somebody broke into the roof and master keys are stolen, so they have to rekey everything. Damage to a cello and a viola. $10,000 in damages. So, all right, and you're positive for marijuana, and then, oh, you're level 3. Well, Corey, you know, if you're level 3, I'm not letting you out. So we'll see you in 10 days. Hopefully you get your behavior better by then. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Roger Chambers.
Yeah.
How about yes, sir? Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Chambers, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. The law says when a child's brought to our facility, you see a judge within 2 days. And I have to decide whether to keep you here, release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. We have appointed Mr. Gladstone as your attorney. Did I see Richard here earlier? Not yet. All right, Mr. Berger, I'm going to ask you to step in for Mr. Gladstone.
Judge,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
here.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Gladstone.
Good morning, Judge.
All right, so Mr. Chambers, you're 16 years old. Fort Worth PD brought you in. Let's see, they are saying yesterday, police responded to a prowler call. 3 juveniles were pulling on the door of some vehicles. And then when the police got there, 3 juveniles were attempting to hide. Police approached, they ran off into a neighborhood. When the police told them to stop running, they were detained. And when they searched you, you found several pills that looked like Xanax. So you were detained and brought here while being searched at the detention center that you had a handgun on your person. So you are now charged with felony possession of a deadly weapon in a penal institution. So don't know if you understand this or not, but whenever, do we have a parent here by chance?
Yes, Your Honor. We have parents.
They're in the room. All right, so mom and dad are here. All right, so Mr. Chambers, you may not know this about me, but my philosophy is that whenever a child's caught with a gun, I always detain them so I can make sure that they're safe to release to the community. I'm not sure what kind of, Mr. Let's see, let me look at this. Mr. Lahara, what kind of gun was it?
We don't have that information, Your Honor. We're waiting for the supplement from the police department.
Well, hold on, our detention facility is the one that found the gun, right?
That's correct.
So we don't have notes from our facility on what kind of gun was? I mean, there should have been some kind of report because the gun actually entered our facility.
Let me. Oh. Let me check, Your Honor.
Mr. Chambers, you should probably lower your hand. I'm sure your attorney does not want you to say anything right now.
Hey, Judge, it's Daniel. I'm in the parents room, but I did check about 5 minutes beforehand. We haven't got an incident report from detention, and all Fort Worth PD indicated was a handgun. It didn't say what type.
Okay. So I guess mom and dad, you're here. My question for you is, where's your son getting a gun from?
We don't know that.
Okay. So that's a big problem for me. You know, if it's one thing, if it's a parent's gun that the kid took, but if there's a gun out there on the streets that the kids are getting, then if I let him go, I fully believe that he would have access to another firearm, right? So this is part of why I do what I do. I just want to make sure that it's safe for both your son and the community to release your son. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and detain him. Okay?
Thank
All
you, Your
right,
Honor.
thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. All right, Sarah Cross.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Cross, I am Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a child's brought in, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days where you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Currently, you're on probation for felony theft of a firearm. And so now, yesterday, you were brought in by Keller Police because I issued a warrant for you in January. We had an out of custody detention hearing and you decided not to show up. So, let's see. Mom said she reportedly allowed you to drive her car to take a friend home. You were pulled over on a traffic stop and they noticed a warrant for you. And you do not have a driver's license. You haven't reported to probation officer since you didn't report to court in January. Mom says you've been in and out of the house. You come to your laundry and leave. So you're on probation for assault of a public servant and theft of a firearm. You have not completed your community service hours. You were kicked out of Casada Learning Center. Who wrote this? Ms. Hunt.
Your Honor, I'm here for Diane Hunt.
Oh, well, tell Diane Hunt that she has done great on this report.
I will.
This is fantastic. This is telling me everything that she's done right and everything she's done wrong while she's on probation. All right, so is Mom here?
Well, hold on a second. Did he just praise somebody? Like, actually? I'm a little shook. Judge Kim be different today. Um, I'm here still, guys. I'm seriously looking for my red flag. I am so happy to see you all. Please make sure to like that or hit that like button or dislike button, whichever one you choose to engage with. Either way, that's how we take attendance in this room. Please also remember that we like to have fun, but we answer lots of questions. So ask if you have any, and we'll do our best. He took his meds. He might have took my meds tonight, these hands. I'm not sure. This is in the 323rd District Court of Tarrant County, Texas. These are from 2021. And like we usually explain, and I bet Matthew Harris already knows this, but juvenile hearings are very different than adult hearings in many ways, but one of them, and probably one of the most important ways that it's different, sorry, I'll get that bacon, say hi. One of the most important ways that it's different is that the standard for juveniles in Texas is different than it is for adults. So there's no automatic presumption that you are entitled to bond. In fact, there's no bond for juvenile cases. And then also the determination to be made is if you are if they're if you're a danger to yourself or the community, and if you aren't a danger, is there a suitable and safe environment to send you home to with a parent that Judge Kim basically says okay with. They can detain somebody for as little as a gut feeling, and they do in this court. We like to joke here. There are a few and every court is like this. Basically, there are always a few nuances for each judge as to how you have to act in front of them. And Judge Kim is no different. He doesn't let people in that are late for the hearings. That's a first. Like, he literally doesn't let them in. He doesn't like, there's many things he doesn't like, to be honest. So you really have to say the right things and hit the right buttons for him to let the kid go. And a lot of the cases that we see here may be sad and a little upsetting, so pre-trigger warning. However, we always watch these with an eye of how we might improve ourselves or our community in the future. Also, I'm Canadian, disclaimer, so I don't know really, like, I'm not qualified, but I just watch a lot of court. So, anyways, as I say that, let's continue. Also, please shout out in the chat if we get any beaver sightings. Larry Beaver is a lawyer we like in this court. Can I explain the point and circle and the blue wrench? Oh, so all the chat has different the stars are because they're new members. I only just started a membership for the channel recently, and that's what that is. Your name's green, you get a star, and then there's special emojis that you get to use. But in this room, we do have free points that everybody gets, no matter if you're subscribed or not, even, I think. And those you might see going by in the chat quite quickly. It will say Streamlabs. If you don't enjoy seeing that, or you don't want to participate in that, please feel free to click on that and block that user, and you won't see that anymore in the chat. But a lot of people in here love to play with the points that they get. And so I definitely, it's not going anywhere. It's free for everybody. You don't even have to be a member to enjoy the points. So, and you get points for watching and also randomly, just willy-nilly. So anyways, as I was saying, these are juvenile dockets, and they're from 2021. So this is a long time ago during COVID, hence some of the garb, if you will. Anyways, let's continue.
I'm not sure if she's here or not. She was supposed to be here. I don't see her.
Okay. Don't have a parent here. Sarah, I'm gonna let you know now. While you're probation, you gotta show up. That's part of probation. So I'm gonna go, I issued a warrant for you because you didn't show up for court. And so I'm gonna go ahead and detain you, because if I let you go, I'm sure you're just not gonna show up for court again. I'm not sure your mom can offer you adequate supervision since you were in and out. Your mom's not helping us get you back in before the court. Also, I'm gonna let you know now that you're 17 years old, you do not have to stay here at juvenile detention. I can't keep you in the downtown jail with the adult women. So if you do not have a level 1 outstanding behavior level, I'm just gonna move you downtown while your case is pending, all right? So it is up to you to be a good example for the other girls back there, to show them what it takes to make good decisions and keep your behavior level 1 outstanding. All right, thank you, Sarah. All right, next we have Alan Gardner.
Thank you, Judge. May I be excused?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Abels. All right, Mr. Gardner, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. The law says when a child's brought to our facility, you'll see a judge within 2 days, and I'll decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Ms. Tillman is your appointed attorney. Do we have a parent here for Mr. Gardner? Oh, there we go. All right, so let's see. Alan, on Friday, you were brought in by Bedford PD. You had a theft case from Hearst from back in September of 2020. So Bedford said on Friday about 5:40, they were dispatched to an assault call. Police got there to talk to the stepmom, said when she was getting home, she saw you watching her from the bedroom window as she was walking up. She saw you run towards her, shoved her into the handrail, struck the top right of her forehead with a closed fist. And then for the theft call, police were dispatched, spoke with 14-year-old victim that said Alan went to fight him and waited for him after school. When Alan approached him, slapped him in the face, he dropped his backpack and took off running. Then he saw Alan pick up the backpack, put it on his shoulder. School computer was in a backpack valued at $400. Police spoke with Alan. He admitted to slapping him, taking his backpack, but wouldn't say what the computer was. Kept on trying to talk to the family, and they refused to show up. And we brought you in. Now you're positive for marijuana. So, Mom, are you Mom?
Yes.
Okay, I can see the welt on your head from here. Like, what? Do you know what prompted this?
No, he's just got real bad anger issues. That's,
Okay. Do you know what happened to that computer?
I never seen a computer.
Okay, what I suggest is you start selling Alan's stuff to come up with the $400, so that restitution is going to be necessary. Does he have like a PlayStation or something?
No.
He doesn't have a gaming console.
No.
He doesn't have phone.
Yeah, he had the phone.
Yeah, you may want to sell that phone because I'm really not inclined to release Alan until there's restitution up front to pay back the school for the computer that Alan took, allegedly. If he took it. If he didn't, then he can wait for a trial and then you'll be adjudicated not having taken it. But right now, if he's just doing this to you, there's no safe place to release him. I'm not comfortable releasing him to you. I want to at least hold him for a while and decide what his behavior is like here, if he can behave and follow the rules, or if he's going to have that horrible attitude here. All right?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Rashonda Henderson.
You didn't get a chance to meet with.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning, Ms. Hopkins. Do we have a parent for Henderson coming in?
Your Honor, she's not here this morning. She did text and state that she was ill this morning.
Damn. All right, Rashonda, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days. I'm deciding whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Your attorney, Ms. Hopkins, is here. So back in February, Fort Peter brought you in for your stolen car on Riverside. And they turned on the lights. Female exited driver's side and fled northbound through the houses. They lost sight of you, but then found you over at Riverside and Roberts. And they identified the owner. And so you're arrested for unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. And this is while you were actually on probation for unauthorized use. So that tells me that you took a car, you got admitted that you took a car, got probation for taking a car, and then now you're caught taking it. So you learned absolutely nothing. And you're also positive for marijuana while your case is pending. And so I just have no desire to release you yet. You've been here for one 10-day hearing. Let's see how you behave. I just think that if I let you go right now, you'll just go and take another car. You have yet to prove me otherwise. Thank you, Rashonda. Ethan Hernandez.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I be excused?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Hopkins. All right, Ethan,
Have a
I'm
great
Judge
day.
Kim. This is a detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days. I'm deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. We have appointed Mr. Masek as your attorney. Good morning, James.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Hernandez, you're 16 years old. You've been here for 46 days. This is the burglary at Owings Auto. Remember that. So it was November of last year. Brought you here. We let you go to your grandmother. Then a couple months later, Arlington brought you in January. There was shootings in the area, gang related. Found you and a friend. Both had a 9mm handgun with one round in each magazine. So you're both arrested for unlawfully carrying a weapon. And then while you're here, Arlington Police sent in a report that a witness picked you up out of a lineup for pointing a gun at him and firing 3 shots. And then the firearm that you were caught with back in January ballistically matched up to the shell casings that were at that shooting. And so you're now looking at aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. And then there's another shooting where the gun that your friend had was linked to you. Yeah. So you're on probation for what is it? Well, got on probation. Ms. Aguirre, was he on supervision?
Yes, Your Honor, back in March of 2020.
Okay, so March in 2020, you got a supervisory caution, basically saying just don't break the law and go to school and we'll dismiss this case. And you managed to smoke weed while you're there and get caught with a couple gun offenses and burglary. So Ethan, I'm pretty sure if I let you go, you would find another gun. I'm just worried about the safety of the community and safety of you if I was to let you go. So I'm going to continue to detain you. Thank you, Ethan.
Your Honor, we have a hearing coming up on Thursday too, so.
Okay, good. Hopefully it gets adjudicated or disposed of at that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Kendrick Giles.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Mulder. All right, Mr. Giles, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day detention hearing. I'm deciding whether to keep you here, release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. So.
Judge, he's level 2.
He's level 2. All right. Thank you for letting me know. All right, Kendrick, you know how it works. If you're not level 1, I'm not going to let you go because I feel like if I let a kid go, I have to be confident that at home they're going to be level 1 outstanding. So at this point, we'll revisit this in 10 days and decide where to go. When's the next court date for Mr. Giles? He's been here for a little while.
We've got a pretrial April.
Okay, good.
April 23rd.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mulder.
And Judge, could I just ask the probation department to please correct the report? I've pointed this out almost every time. It was not a pistol involved on the aggravated assault public servant.
So I remember this one.
I know you do.
Yeah, I remember.
I'm just trying to get the paperwork correct. That's all. Thank you, Judge. May I be excused?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Giles. Thank you, Mr. Mulder. All right. Tegan Meza. Mr. Meza, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. I'm deciding. First of all, do you want to sit up?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. When kids brought to our facility, you see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Adler has been appointed as your attorney. All right, so Tegan, you've never been here before. See, on Saturday, police were dispatched to domestic. They met with your dad and brother restraining you. They said that you've been grounded for running away and they had taken all your electronics. They found a laptop in your room and you had been on social media, so they took that away. They said you got upset, started throwing things around. Dad went to your room and swatted Tegan with a necklace or belt. So you calmed down, but soon began throwing things again, got out of the room, approached mom, brother tackled you, and dad restrained you. Hit dad in the back about 8 times. Mediation is scheduled. All right, so I guess your dad?
Yes. Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right, so does his attitude always suck?
Recently, it's gotten much worse.
Okay. So, I mean, all right, Dad, so this is just kind of dad to dad talking. How much of this is just normal teenage angst and how much of this is just unreasonable?
All of it is unreasonable. I have other teenagers and we have not had any issues like this.
Okay, well, at this point, what I'm going to decide to do is I think he needs an attitude adjustment. Tegan, I'm going to go and detain you for now. We'll see what your behavior is like. Next time you come to court, show a little more respect, sit up, be a little more polite. People read your body language, and that makes a big difference. But right now, with that kind of attitude, it tells me if I let you go back home, you're not going to learn anything from the situation. There's going to be zero rehabilitation, and you're going to bring the same thing back home. That evidently your family deserves better than what you're providing. So Tegan, either shape up and get your act together, or you can stay here for a little bit longer. All right, thank you, Tegan.
Hey, Your Honor, I have a question on Mr. Tegan. If mediation is successful on the 18th, do you want another detention hearing after that, or do you want a detention hearing 10 days?
I'm going to trust Dad on this one. If Dad goes through mediation, they feel like the core issues are resolved and it's time for him to come home, then I will trust Dad. If it's one of those that's not resolved, then, I think we'll have to have a detention hearing. But something like this, I really want to trust the parent.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Mesa. Lanaya Murphy. All right, Ms. Murphy, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When the kid's brought in, you see a judge within 2 days. I decide whether to keep you, release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. We appoint Mr. Shaw as your attorney. Good morning, Brad.
Good morning, Judge.
All right, so back in February, last month, you were adjudicated delinquent for evading arrest. We released you to mom. The next day, mom called and said they'd gone to Walmart. You had a phone, which mom says she has no idea where it came from. You called for someone to pick you up. So camera footage showed that you got into a gray vehicle. They got a partial license plate. Mom said you took $10 from her car. So mom filed a running report. The next day you showed up at the house and stepdad happened to be home. She was there to steal more money. When she realized he was there, she left. Last week, mom called, said they found you. And but there was a 45-year-old woman keeping you hidden. All right, well, and you're positive for marijuana, so you just took probation. Yeah, Lena, I think if I let you go, you just run away again. Is Miss Marino involved in this one at all?
Your Honor, she's been noted as a high C at risk.
That's what I'm asking.
I did try to call her this morning. I will be getting in touch with her.
Okay, yeah, let's just go and do the screening and find out. I'm concerned as well. All right, well, you know, Lanaya, decisions have consequences. And remember, there's no situation so bad in life that you can't make it worse. So stop making it worse. Thank you. Jamirian Ransom. All right, Mr. Ransom, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days. I'm deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Your attorney is Mr. Houston. Dwayne, are you here? I saw it. No? Mr. Berger, I'm going to ask you to step in for Mr. Houston. All right, so this is back December, Arlington PD to a Metro PCS for armed robbery.
Judge, I see Mr. Houston.
Yes, I'm right here. I was unmuting.
Oh, there we go. All right, good to see you. So, all right, Mr. Berger, you're fired. All right, Metro PCS, 2 black males came in, forced victims in the back, and took all the iPhones out of the safe. The phones were tracked. Both suspects brandished handguns. They tracked the phones with GPS, and they found the suspects in a Cadillac Escalade. Found the stolen merchandise. Jamarian was found with a stolen .40 caliber handgun. He gave a fake name and date of birth. He was listed as a runaway out of Dallas, who's also on probation out of Dallas, and he was with an adult. All right, well, Mr. Ransom, and you're level 2. Well, Mr. Ransom, you understand that whenever a child has a gun, my philosophy is that these children should be detained until I feel it's absolutely safe to release them back to the community. The fact that you're already on probation out of Dallas County makes it worse. The fact that you're not level and outstanding makes it impossible for you to get me to say, I'm going to release you. Because I'm not going to release you. If you're not behaving here, you're not going to behave at home. So we'll see you in 10 days, Mr. Ransom. Titana Ray. All right, Ms. Ray, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. The law says when a child's brought to a facility, you'll see a judge within 2 days. I'll decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Daniels, your attorney. Good morning, Keith.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, so on Friday, you were brought here by Fort Worth PD because Judge Porter issued a warrant for you for leaving home without permission, being gone for days at a time, and skipping school. Mom contacted us, said you did not return home from school after going to attendance recovery classes. She didn't know where you were, so we called it a runaway report. And when you're at school, you walk through the halls being disruptive. Mr. Booth, are you here?
Yes, Your Honor.
What do we do?
When the progress report was sent in to Judge Porter, we just kind of wanted to put her on EM to kind of gain compliance. He issued the DTA.
Okay. Well, all right, Tatiana, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go and detain you. If you get to level 1 outstanding, then we don't have a parent here, correct?
She's also.
Which one's the parent?
I'm here.
Okay, Keisha. All right. So, Mom, I'm gonna go and detain her from now. If she gets a level 1 outstanding, I'll be okay releasing her on the electronic monitor. Wait, Ms. DeBose, did we not give her a drug test?
They did, Your Honor, right before court. She was negative.
She was negative. Okay, why didn't we give her a drug test on Friday?
She came in yesterday, and she said she couldn't produce at that time.
So, Ms. Ray, I'm gonna let you know that if you decide to cut off a monitor because you're gonna go on the run, make sure you let it monitor where it can be found, because if it's not, I will detain you until we find that monitor. If it goes in the garbage and it's never found, then you're probably gonna stay in here for a long time. But don't cut off that monitor. Best thing you can do is keep that monitor on, even if you're stepping out, because that tells me where you were and it helps your situation. But at this point, get to level 1 outstanding, because if you're not getting out of here. Thank you, Ms. Ray. Kaylin Rushton.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Mr. Rushton, I'm Judge Ken. This is a detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days. I'm deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to an attorney. You have a right to remain silent. Mr. Pearson. David, are you here? I don't think so. All right, Mr. Berger, I'm going to ask you to step in.
Got it, Judge.
So, Kaylin, let's see. Back in 2019, there was a fight in the lunchroom. AP tried to break up the fight, and evidently you pushed him to the floor and caused him pain to his neck and back. And then I told you had the right to remain silent. It's probably you want to use it. You don't have to, but you probably want to. So February 27th, you were referred by Fort Worth, where the police were dispatched. Victim's home. This said the young black male wearing black hoodie and sweatpants knocked on the door, said he was being robbed, and told him to go into his house and get some money. Victim closed the door, contacted the police, suspect fled. Second robbery call, Cricket Wireless, young black male wearing the same black hoodie and sweatpants, red shoes, walked in, pointed a stick at her, said you're being robbed. Police were called. Okay, so he's back on medication.
Your Honor,
Yes.
this is Art Brender. I was the victim of the first robbery he attempted, but I wanted to mention that he I believe, is the one that broke into our house a couple of days before that.
Whoa, hold on. So, Mr. Brender, you are the attorney on the case?
Pardon me? I'm the victim of the first robbery he attempted.
Okay, Mr. Brender, this detention hearing, you're not, I appreciate what you do.
Yeah.
But these hearings, unless somebody calls you as a witness, I can't really hear from a victim.
Okay, that's fine.
Right? So, I understand as an opposition because you're highly respected, but I just, I want to make sure that we all stay in our own lane. So.
Sure. Sure, Judge, that's fine.
Judge,
I'm sorry, was that a rotary phone ringing there, Mr. Brender?
I'm Mr. Brender's attorney. Is there anything I can do I'm Mr. Brender's attorney. If the court has any questions about this, I'm happy to answer as an attorney of record for Mr. Brender.
Okay.
But we'll shut up after that. But if y'all have any questions for me for Mr. Brender, I'm happy to answer those. And if not,
Okay. No, my big thing right now is, why am I mixed up on names? I show Mr. Pearson as Kaylin Rushton's attorney.
yes, sir. I'm Art Brender's attorney. So I just saying.
Oh.
As a friend of the court, but so if there's any questions, I'm happy to speak to the court as an
Okay.
attorney for Mr. Brender. But I'll shut up then. I've got the next.
No, it's right. I'm just trying to understand
Yes,
what's
sir.
going on. All right, so where I'm going right now is I'm trying to figure out, he's back on his medication. And so I guess my question, Mr. Lofton, or even Mr. Brender, is, I mean, Mr. Brender, are you concerned about your safety right now?
I really am. The way he got me out the door to talk to him is that he said he could tell me who broke in. He could tell me who broke into his house. Well, he's the only one that could have done it. The person that got in there went through a window, got cut, and there's blood around there. And the police have taken those samples and everything, so they can test for DNA. But there's a lot of things that were taken. There's personal things.
Mr. Brender, rather than get into details, I don't want to poison the tree.
Okay.
So I would just rather just leave it at that. My really focus is if the victim is concerned about its safety upon release of the child, that is one of the issues the law allows me to consider about whether I release a child or not. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and continue to detain him.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. All right, next we have Dylan Slinkard.
Good morning,
Hold
Your
on,
Honor.
what do you say? Wait, come back. Steve? Yeah, what did you just say?
He said, this judge is a hoe, and he said, fuck all y'all.
Okay, bring him back.
Oh, yes, bring it back, please. Re-rack this. This is great. Oh, okay. I'm going to go back, then we're going to watch it in entirety. Oh my gosh, let's just watch this beauty. Oh, beauty. Okay, here we go, friends.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. All right, next we have Dylan Slinkard.
Good morning,
Hold
Your
on,
Honor.
what do you say? Wait, come back. Steve?
I got him, sir.
Yeah, what did you just say?
He said, this judge is a hoe, and he said, fuck all y'all.
Okay, bring him back.
What? You detained me. There's nothing to talk about, bro. Go back and do my work. What do you want?
So one thing I need you to understand, Mr. Slinkard, is there's one person in this world that can decide whether you get in or out. And you decide to call him a hoe. So I guess I'm the hoe that decides that you're going to stay here. Citing, Mr. Slinkard, what you have to understand, there's no situation in life that's so bad that you can't make it worse. You've dug yourself in a hole. You need to stop digging because you're just digging and you're making it worse.
Hey, where are white people?
I'm going to go ahead and take a little more closer look at your case.
I see all Mexicans and white people right here. Where the black people at, bro? Where's my attorney, man?
I ain't your bro. And second, I'm not Mexican or white.
Yes, you are. Are you Asian, Chinese?
Yes, I am.
Let me go back, bro. Just let me go back, bro. Just let me go back.
Hey, keep on. You're making it worse.
You're making yourself worse.
You're making. You know, the funny thing is, I'm not the one dressed out for detention hearings.
I ain't got nothing else to talk about, bro.
No, you don't have nothing to talk about. You have a lot to listen about.
Hey, I knew this was going on, bro. All right, I don't want to talk no more. You say what you had to say.
See, so right now, you had your.
Okay, firstly, he's got a point. But secondly, oh my god, we gotta re-rack that. Shit. And I gotta turn my light down.
I ain't got nothing else to talk about, bro.
No, you don't have nothing to talk about. You have a lot to listen about.
Hey, I knew this was going on, bro. All right, I don't want to talk no more. You say what you had to say.
See, so right now, you had your. I'm looking at your history. So you're arrested for aggravated sexual assault of a child, which was dismissed on 3 counts. Arrested for assault public servant. I think that's the principal.
They're gonna charge us from 2019. That ain't even different.
Your psychological evaluation is due April 9th. Your level 1 outstanding, so that means you've been taking, this is you on your meds. You've been taking your meds and you're still like this.
All day talking, I'm hungry, bro. It's my lunchtime.
So what we're gonna do, 15 years old. Ms. Mowdy, are you here?
I'm here, Your Honor.
Okay, so I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna set this for trial before the court. Set it for probably 14 days. So you may want to start getting your witnesses lined up. But this is gonna take priority over other things that we have. And so we'll just make a decision at that point. All right, so Mr. Rushton, I'm gonna let you know that you're getting your wish. We're gonna have a trial and decide whether or not you committed the aggravated robbery, as well as the assault of a public servant, and the 911 call. And so I will be the one deciding whether you get committed to TJJD, and if it's a determinate sentence, the worst case you could do up to 40 years in prison for, just to let you know. All right. So stop making your situation worse. All right. Thank you, Mr. Killen. Dylan Slinkard.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Okay. I am myself in the chat. I'm saying, hey, what's his attorney doing? There's one thing here. The move with Judge Kim in this case is only to lash out at the kid. You can't snark the judge at all. You can't even like make any excuse. You can't do any of that. So the only placating move here is to explode at the kid. And if the attorney is aware enough, they might recognize that that won't work. And so they might have just been like, just shut up and let it. It's as bad as it can get. I really think that's probably what that was. Although I don't know who his attorney was. If somebody would flip that back and check who the attorney of record was. I have my opinions about all of them. Anyways, yes, reminder, hit that like button or dislike button, whichever you prefer. And we are watching detention dockets from the 323rd District Court in Tarrant County, Texas. This is Judge Kim. He is Asian. He didn't clarify which kind of Asian. And yeah, this is his court. You play by his rules here.
Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Thomas.
Also, somebody said contempt isn't going to get anyone anywhere. These kids don't have to worry about contempt. They are at the mercy of Judge Kim detaining them for any reason. Always. There's never contempt. It's always just, oh, wow. Actually, you know what's bad when Judge Kim says, mark that file district judge only. And that means the other two associate judges aren't even allowed to hear the case. That's when you know it's really bad with Judge Kim. And he usually does it with a little smile and a laugh. Hi, Credence and Mikey. I don't know which one of you it is. I think it's Mikey, but you know, hi both, just in case. Everybody, if you're not already subscribed, obviously time served, Credence and Mikey, who are in the chat right now, amazing channel. You should be there as well. Seriously, Mikey, this kid just blasted Judge Kim. It was epic.
Yes, be advised, Miss Slinkard's mom is on Zoom. It's a Samantha Byers.
Okay. Oh, hello, Ms. Byers. All right, Dylan, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days. I'm deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. So, can you ask for the Kalen file? I see the jacket later today. All right, so Dylan, your level 1 outstanding, good?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Lofton's your attorney. So you're
Good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing today?
We're brought you in for evading arrest of the vehicle, unauthorized use of motor vehicle, and a warrant by Fort Worth PD for burglary of the vehicle. So, officer discovered a stolen vehicle, Nissan Versa, facing the skate park. It was parked, so started driving, car crash, and damaged the vehicle. Dylan tried to escape, but stopped when confronted by the officers. And he's on probation for evading arrest. History of runaway, positive for marijuana. And you've already been to placement. Look, Dylan, I would love to let you go, but just your history is so much that you haven't done enough to prove to me yet. All right, this is just going to take time. It's going to take more time you've already done. You're on the right path. I don't want to discourage you because I'm not really seeing you today, but I need you to understand when you have a long history that goes back years, it takes more than 10 days to convince me, that everything's good. All right, keep on doing what you're doing. You're doing the right thing, and it's not lost on me. I'm picking up the clues and seeing things. What I'm looking for is a pattern of behavior. Honestly, that's what your mom is looking for. She's not looking for the one or two things. She's looking for that pattern of behavior to show us that you've actually changed a little bit. Okay. So don't get down because I'm detaining you. Actually hold your head high because you're actually proving to us over a period of time. Mom, am I right on this? You're on mute. Inspires, you're still muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you.
I said, you are correct, Your Honor. I know that he is really trying and he wants to prove himself. So he just needs to stay on that track so he can show.
Right. That's what I'm saying, Dylan, is I know it may be discouraging because I know a lot of kids are like, get to level 1, I'll get out. I just need to understand you're on the right path. Just you got to finish the race.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Can I say something?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to apologize, and I understand. I understand it's gonna take a while. I already knew that, but I would also like to prove that I can be trusted in society. Yes, sir.
I can't tell you. I would love to give you that chance. I mean that from my heart. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, and your mom would too. I mean, we're both here. You're not going to convince us right away. It's just going to take a little time.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jaqueline Spencer. Christy, are you Jaquelin's mom? Okay. I saw the Spencer. Jaqueline, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days. I'm deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to attorney. Ms. Herrick is your attorney. I don't think I've seen her. So, Mr. Berger, I'm going to ask for you to step in.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Spencer, Arlington PD brought you in. There's a residence where you were found. You had a warrant. And you had some weed in your pocket. According to the warrant, there was a shooting. Police got there, found the victim in the parking lot. He had a gunshot wound in his leg that perforated the artery. And so, victim said he was extremely intoxicated. Witnesses said that victim and a group of black males began arguing. Victim tried to fight him. And young black male exited the vehicle, approached the victim with an AK-style rifle, shot one time into the ground, and then shot the victim in the leg. And so he's identified as Q. Yeah, Mr. Spencer, I know you've been here for a while, all right? And I'm glad you're level 1 outstanding. Due to the seriousness of this offense and the nature of the offense, I'm not really comfortable leaving you or releasing you, all right? I appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate the fact that you're actually helping your attorney as much as you can by keeping your behavior level 1 outstanding, okay? So at this point, I'm going to continue to detain you. That's really because of the seriousness of the nature of the offense, the likelihood of you being a danger to yourself or the public. Thank you, Mr. Spencer. Christy, it's good to see you again.
Thank you, Judge.
You. Jakari Whip. Shikari, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. Whenever kids brought here, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. And Ms. Smith is your attorney. So.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. See, on Saturday, you were brought in. Police were notified by real time of a stolen vehicle, activated their lights, tried to stop the vehicle. The vehicle went on chase, hit the center median, and the vehicle continued into oncoming traffic and almost collided with the street pole before stopping in a parking lot. Driver exited the vehicle and took off running, hid in some bushes. And you've been here before for assault, bodily injury, criminal trespass, terroristic threat. Now you're positive for marijuana. Do we have a parent here?
Yes, mother and grandmother are both.
Okay, so mom, I guess my question is, who does he live with?
She lives with mother and grandmother.
Okay, mother and grandmother. So mom, why was he out at 11:30 at night? Do we know?
I had dropped them off, him and his friend off at the arcade. And that was before 11. And then I ended up getting a call around 3 saying that he was in a stolen vehicle. Because I was waiting on his call to get a call back for me to pick him back up.
So is he on spring break?
Yes.
Okay, so my question is, you drop him off at an arcade at 11 o'clock.
No, it wasn't 11, it was before.
What time?
It was around, I think it was like 8:30.
8:30. When was he supposed to call you by?
Dave husband called me around 11.
So now 11 rolls by, no call. 12 rolls by, no call. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. At this point, what are you doing?
I get the call around 3.
Yeah, but weren't you worried that your son wasn't calling back?
Yes, I kept trying to call his phone. No answer, anything. I'm always on him with it. I'm constantly calling his phone.
And he's probably always on his phone, right?
Yes.
So you know he's just ignoring you then.
Basically.
So do you know where he gets his marijuana from?
No, had no idea of him smoking at all.
Do you know whose car he was in when it crashed out?
No, that's what I want to know.
All right, because he wasn't with his friends, he was by himself. All right, Ms. Alonso, let's find out more information. I see your hand is raised, Shikari. I probably wouldn't say anything right now. I don't think you're going to help your situation. Ms. Alonso, let's find out whose car it is. Like, if this is your car, it'd be different. Like, I want to know, is it just a stolen car, or is it somebody that he borrowed the car and just didn't bring it back?
The report says that it was a stolen vehicle. They were notified by Real-Time Crime Center.
Oh, okay.
So it was a stolen vehicle.
It was a stolen vehicle.
Yes.
All right, Mom, there's a whole bunch of unanswered questions here. I'm not really comfortable releasing yet. Sometimes in these cases, I do release right away to the parents, but I don't know I don't know if he stole the car, if he robbed somebody for the car. I don't know where it came from. I don't know if a buddy gave it to him. I don't know this car chase where his friends went. There's a whole bunch of things I don't know. And so I'm just not comfortable releasing yet. I think it would be dangerous to do so. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Well, I guess he's going to spend his spring break here in juvenile detention. Sorry about that.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Deonta Wright. I really want to release somebody. Huh? It's like they're just not.
Yes, sir.
All right. So, Mr. Wright, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. You know how this works. See a judge within 2 days. And if I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days when you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to an attorney. Deonta? We have a parent here. So Saturday, North Hills brought you in. There's dispatch of a disturbance in that you were making threats, standing in the door and refusing to leave. When the police got there, you had already left, talked to the victim. Victim's hand was bleeding, said that he had cut his hand with his pocket knife. The victim and his father hired Deonta to do some work with him as a painter, but during the first day realized you were 16, said you cannot work because you're only 16. Then the victim came home, realized that someone had burglarized the home and stole his gaming system. Contacted your mom, asked if she had seen the gaming system. Mom said that the gaming system was in her home and returned it to the victim. Filed a report. Victim returned home from work, parked his vehicle inside the neighbor's parking spot. Neighbor asked him to move his vehicle. During the time, Deonta confronted the victim, demanding $50 he owed for working for him. Victim returned to his apartment with his daughter. Deonta followed, stood in the doorway, demanded money. I'm gonna F him up, gonna kill him and spray him. Victim tried to shut the door, but Deonta took a step inside, preventing the door. Victim had a pocket knife and stabbed Deonta, at which point he left. He said that Deonta lunged at him and, fear for his life, stabbed him in the leg. And Devonta's aunt called the police to report he'd been stabbed. Taken to the hospital and treated, detained, and brought here.
You just sent me a message.
I don't even know. Are you aunt?
Mom.
Your mom. Does he live with you or with somebody else?
No, he lives with me.
Okay. So first question is, why is a 16-year-old out there working with painters?
I mean, he was my neighbor, and he said I didn't know that he couldn't work because he was 16. The neighbor just was like, it probably would be a good idea for Deonta because Deonta is kicked out of school, and he worked one day, and I didn't know that he couldn't work, and I knew he was kicked out of school. But when he came home and told me that Deonta couldn't work because he was a minor, because one of Deonta's teachers seen him, and that he could no longer work with him no more. And like I said, I didn't know it was just, I thought it was just a painting job, something for him to do to try to stay out of trouble. Because Deonta had just got out of Millwood due to threatening me and his little sister now. I'm facing eviction right now because of Deonta. He broke in my room, stole merchandise from me, got me in a CPS case because I work at night, and he was supposed to be watching his sisters and brothers, and I have cameras in my house, and he left out at one Sunday night, and he soon supposedly got robbed in my apartments, and my kids was left there. So my niece and my mom seen him on Instagram and called me and told me to make it home. I work in Weatherford and I stay in North Risley Hill. So the first thing I decided I needed to do was get the police there first.
So Mom, I gotta interrupt you. So is he on medication now?
Yes, he is. He been on medication since he was 7. It just changed as he got older. I put him in meals.
When was the last time you saw a doctor?
It was just a week ago. I put him in Millwood.
Did they change his medication?
Yeah, no, the medication stayed the same. They just put him on Depakote for nighttime. But he's on 54 milligrams.
So this whole thing with the painting, that's your actual neighbor?
Yes, my neighbor for 9 months. And we never had no problems or none of that. Deonta and him had started talking, and he called me out there. He introduced me to the neighbor because we never had no problem up until this day. And Deonta just...
You're worried about like Deonta?
That is a great point, R. Fulmer. On medication since 7, and you left him taking care of your other children. That's her problem. He would neither be in the position to say no nor to be mature enough to recognize that inability without it sounding just selfish. So that's really unacceptable as a parent. I understand people are busy, but that's not okay. And what she's done is set the child up for a real problem. I'm glad that CPS was involved. If you left him in charge of the children, that's a red flag. Got my red whisk here today. So red whisk. Anyways, again, a lot of the time, the issues with these children and issues with the parents, I'm not saying that the parents are always the problem or the only part of the problem, but we do know that um, disruptive parenting creates children that get in contact with the juvenile justice system. And again, the correct and cheaper intervention for that would be happening at like the age of 3 and 4 with the family, as opposed to 13, 14, 15 in the justice system, where this entire screen here is costing thousands of dollars of people and taxpayers' money. Just anyways, if we invested that money, anyways, okay, let's continue.
Like, he's never been here before.
Yeah.
So were you there when this all happened?
No, sir, I wasn't. He was supposed to be at his auntie house. I had took the kids to Traylor's Village because I worked.
Well, that's right. I know you want to give me all this background stuff, but as a judge, I'm really focused on certain things. That the stuff that you want to tell me will be useful later.
Okay.
So are we talking neighbor, like next door neighbor?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So where are you in this eviction process?
You say what?
You said you're getting evicted?
Yes, because Deontay had did several things in my
So
apartment.
when are you supposed to move out by?
By the 31st of this month.
I'll tell you what, I'm gonna detain him for now. If you move before then, I'm okay putting him electronic monitor, but I'm considering what's happened between the burglary and the stabbing, I'm not really comfortable releasing him to go right next door to the victim. So if you move, I'll reassess this. Deontay, you gotta understand that you gotta be level 1 outstanding. If you're not level 1 outstanding, I'm really not gonna want to release you. All right. So do your part to get out of here. I'm open to the idea of releasing a monitor, but it's not going to be while you live next door to the alleged victim. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you,
All right.
Judge.
Thank you. At this point, these proceedings have been broadcast on YouTube to give the public meaningful access to what occurs inside a public courtroom. However, when a child is under 14 years old, the law
Thank you guys so much for being here. We're on to the next episode already. Don't worry. That one's over and the next one begins. Come on, Judge Kimmy Kim. If I click it right now, it won't work. No beaver yet tonight, you're right. I won't rest until the beaver is out. Oh, no, that's Adler.
Hearings.
Oh, we got a
Orders.
porter.
1. Are we live? Okay. Good morning, everyone. It is Tuesday, March 16th, 2021. These are the detention hearings for the 323rd Judicial Court of the State of Texas, Tarrant County's designated juvenile court. The Texas Supreme Court, in its various emergency orders, has directed courthouses of the state of Texas to generally close their doors except for essential hearings. However, in keeping with the spirit of the open courts provision of the Texas Constitution, these hearings are being broadcast live on YouTube, except where counseled against by Section 5408 of the Texas Family Code. Recording or rebroadcasting all or part of these hearings is expressly forbidden. Violation of the court's order may subject you to civil and/or criminal contempt proceedings. First on our docket this morning is Angel Alejo Araujo. All right, are you Mr. Araujo?
Yes, sir.
Am I pronouncing your last name correctly?
Araujo.
Araujo, okay. Mr. Araujo, the law says when you're brought into detention, you must see a judge within 2 business days. This is your initial detention hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and I've appointed Frank Adler to be your attorney today. According to information provided to us from the police department, you were referred in custody by the Arlington Police Department for the offense of burglary of vehicles back in February 5th of 2021. According to the police report, at approximately 2:48 in the morning, officers were dispatched to a burglary in progress at a residence. According to the report, a female suspect was breaking into the complainant's vehicle. Upon arrival, a male and female suspect were detained. The officer interviewed you, and you admitted to breaking into a vehicle. More recently, you were referred out of custody by the Arlington Police Department for the offense of aggravated robbery. According to that police report, on January 13th, 2021, at approximately 10:44 at night, an officer was dispatched to an apartment complex in the Arlington area regarding a shooting in progress. The call text stated that 2 males had just shot at a complainant's vehicle while he was in the vehicle and his 2 daughters. The suspect then left the scene on foot. Upon arrival, officers observed both windows to the passenger side of the victim's vehicle had been shattered. Officers later contacted the complainant, spoke with one of the witnesses, and she reported that she was friends with you. She reported that the clothes you were wearing on the night of the offense was the same as the clothes you'd worn to her house several days earlier. She recognized the backpack that you were wearing and recognized your voice during the commission of the offense. On February 8th, a detective met with you at your residence, and you reported that on the evening of the offense, you were under the influence of Xanax for the first time and not in your right mind. But you confirmed that you had a BB gun rifle and pointed the gun at the father of the victim. Subsequently, a progress report was submitted to the court on February 26th, and Judge Kim thereafter issued a DTA regarding the new offense for aggravated robbery, and that is the reason you were brought in today. Mr. Adler, what are your thoughts?
Judge Porter, I don't see is the parent on?
Your Honor, she indicated that she could not participate in person, and she was provided the Zoom link, and I don't think she's logged in yet.
Well, just based on that, Judge, we've got nothing today. I'll have a conversation with the mom for the next detention hearing.
All right. I'll mark that no present or guardian was present. So, Mr. Adler, you were appointed today for the purposes of this hearing as both the attorney and guardian ad litem. First, I will find that probable cause exists and continues to exist to believe that you engaged in delinquent conduct sufficient to warrant your initial detention for the offense of aggravated robbery. I will further find that there's no suitable supervision to be release you to at this time, and I will order your continued detention. And that will be the order of the court. Thank you, sir.
Judge Porter.
Are you going to tell me something, or do you want to ask a question?
I want to ask you a question.
What is your question, sir?
When do I got my next detention hearing? And
It'll be in 10 business days, or probably about 2 weeks.
Okay, so I got to be in level 1.
You got to be level 1 to be considered for release, but that decision will most likely be made by Judge Kim or Judge Terry at the time. Because you're charged with a gun-related offense, I will warn you that it's not a guarantee you're getting out next time, even if you maintain level 1-0 between now and then. Judge Kim takes gun crimes, even if it's a BB gun, very seriously. And so he's a little bit more cautious in gun-related crimes. So the best thing you can do to help Mr. Adler out, to argue on your behalf next time, is to get to level 1-0 and main it continuously. If you don't do that, I can guarantee you won't be considered for release. All right?
Yes, sir.
That'll be the order of the court. Thank you, sir. Nash, Bryson Burns. Good morning, Mr. Lofton.
Good morning, Judge. How's everybody doing?
Better than we deserve. How are you?
Great, sir. Thank you.
Better than we deserve.
All right. Are you Mr. Burns?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Burns, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention, you must see a judge within 2 business days. So this is your initial detention hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney. And I've appointed Trent Lofton to be your attorney. Mr. Dotson, do we have a parent or guardian here today?
Yes, Miss Bernadette Burns. I see her name, but I don't see her face.
Okay.
And may I explain to you this situation before you get started?
Yes, sir. What brings Mr. Burns to court today?
Initially on March 9th, he was detained for out of custody hearing by Judge Terry. She ordered that he be released to go to his doc's appointment on yesterday. So he was released yesterday at 12:50, came back at 16:50 from his doctor's appointment. And that's why he is getting a new detention hearing, but actually he's been here since the 9th, and he's been on level 1, I guess, since the 15th of this month. So now he does have case pending, and his court is set for the 5th of April for aggravated assault, family member, and possession of a controlled substance. And he does have a history of violating his monitor, and he was listed as a runaway, which was why he was detained on the 9th. And he tested positive on 9th for marijuana, but yesterday he tested clean.
All right.
Judge, I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt. I don't think it's aggravated assault of a family. I think it's just assault by injury of a family, I believe. And
no, if I say aggravated, you're right.
Again, I probably said that too. So I apologize, sir. But excuse me, Judge. I'll shut up.
Mr. Lofton, do you want to ask Ms. Burns some questions?
Yes, sir. Miss Burns, what do you feel about him being released? And could you tell the judge of his health problems, please?
I'm absolutely okay with it. I'm more worried about his health in there. I love my son. Yes, I want him home.
What's the condition with his health, ma'am? Can you tell Judge? I don't think Judge Porter knows.
He's a type 1 diabetic.
Okay. Does it require constant insulin shots and care and round the clock? Okay. And Judge, any questions the DA or y'all have? We would pass the witness on that.
Mr. Dotson, what other referrals has Mr. Burns had to the department?
He's this is his first time with we got the controlled substance charge referral on November 14th, and then December he has the family assault of bodily injury. So those are only 2 referrals other than local runaway and director's apprehend. But the possession of the controlled substance in November and the assault in December are only 2 charges, 2 referrals he has with cases.
Was that the possession of controlled substance, is that a vape cartridge?
It was a vape cartridge with yellow liquid that they determined to be marijuana oil, THC oil.
Did I miss a beaver sighting?
Okay, and Mr. Burns, I'm sorry, Mr. Dotson, how long has he maintained level 1 outstanding?
Your Honor, he just got to level 1 yesterday. I believe, let me make sure, that's in the time fashion since he got here on the 9th. I don't see any other. Let me make sure.
I think he always stayed level 1.
Yes. He made level 1 yesterday, and it took 6 days. 6 days. That's what it's supposed to take when he come in. So.
Give me just a minute. Okay, well, I released him on the monitor back on January 4th, and less than 10 days later, he's already jumping the monitor at 11 o'clock at night. Mom, what are you going to do to make sure that he's not jumping the monitor again?
I think he's learned his lesson.
That's really equivocal. I think is not a definite he's learned his lesson. I hope, I believe, I aspire. No. Have you put any alarms on the door, on his bedroom door?
I'm going to have to.
So you haven't done it yet?
No.
Okay. Tell me why not.
Because our living situation.
Hold on just a minute. Have you enrolled him in school yet?
Yes, he goes to Richland Middle.
Okay.
And he was starting to do good again. I think if we keep him on the focus of going to school, he's going to do much better.
Mr. Dotson, the release to go to the doctor's appointment yesterday, what was that time out for? I mean, what was that window of time?
He was released at 12:50 p.m. and he was officially brought back in at 16:51. So it's like 4 hour time.
What was the time frame allowed for? What was the deadline to bring him back yesterday?
She never set a deadline. She just said come back directly after the doctor's appointment. So.
And we did that.
Looking at the 4 hour window, and she had to use an Uber. I determined 4 hours might be appropriate for a diabetic exam, and waiting on the Uber and coming back.
Okay. All right. I'm going to take another chance on you, Mr. Burns. I'll authorize your release on the electronic monitor. I'm also going to order that you be hooked up with a sweat patch. If you tamper with that sweat patch, if you tamper with that monitor, I'll consider those violations and you're likely to come back to detention, where you will have to stay or get to level 1.0 next time and maintain it for 10 business days before we will consider your release. Okay?
Yes,
So
Your Honor.
next time, this is not an easy thing. Next time you're going to come back. If you violate, you're going to come back and stay for an extended period. And we'll just keep doing this all the way up to your 18th birthday if we have to. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. That'll be the order of the court.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Dodson. Thank you, Mr. Lofton. All right. Taisha.
Yes.
Baher Lozano. Are you Miss Lozano?
Yes, Judge.
How are you today?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
Better than I deserve. Miss Lozano, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Rafael Sierra, is here. The court has previously found that probable cause exists to believe that you engaged in delinquent conduct sufficient to warrant your initial detention. I will note that you've been level 1O since March 8th of this year. So nearly, let's see, 8 calendar days. Mr. Sierra, what are your thoughts?
Your Honor, I've spoken to her mother. She has no prior incidences or criminal history. I asked her if there was any ongoing problems at home. She replied by saying this was a single incident, and that she had never done this before. She does not have any mental health issues or history at this time, and there's no reason to believe. Mom also said that she's willing to pick her up, take her home, and she's willing to bring her to a future court date, Your Honor, if you were to release her.
Mr. Sierra, this is not Ms. Lozano's only referral to the department, is it? In fact, she's had 2 or 3 referrals, 2 of which were previously dismissed because Mom and Ms. Lozano failed to ever show up to JPD to complete intake. Isn't that correct?
Your Honor, I'm in place of Felicia Guerrero.
Yes, sir.
And according to what was stated in the detention hearing report, Ms. Guerrero was the one who stated that there was some challenges and difficulties bringing the mom and the young person for intakes.
And Mr. Ortiz, we both know Ms. Guerrero. She doesn't just make one attempt and then give up, does she?
That's correct, Your Honor.
She probably had multiple contacts. I would bet 4 or 5, don't you think?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then they just got ignored?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Sierra, perhaps Mom, I need to hear from Mom's own mouth that she's willing to make sure Ms. Lozano comes back, because not real convinced.
Well, Judge, if you allow me, I'm willing to question her, but I'd have to translate. Did you want me to go ahead and do that myself, or did you want me to translate for you, Your Honor?
It's up to you.
Buenos días.
Buenos días.
El juez quiere que le pregunte, el problema que existe es que ella tuvo corte antes y no la trajeron. Y él nomás quiere la asegurancia si usted se va a ser responsable de traerla a corte la siguiente vez si la deja salir de detención.
Sí,
¿Sí está dispuesta?
Sí, estoy dispuesta.
Your Honor, I asked what you asked me to do. She says she is willing to bring it.
Ramaseo, okay? Mama?
What was your question, Judge?
Did she promise to bring her back?
Señora, el juez le está preguntando, ¿usted prometa traer su hija para atrás al corte?
Sí.
Yes, Your Honor.
And when the probation officer needs to talk to Ms. Lozano or see Ms. Lozano, do you also promise to make Ms. Lozano available to the probation officer?
Usted también tiene que estar disponible al momento que cuando probación le hable a su hija o la quiere ver, que usted tiene que ser su parte y hacerla disponible para cumplir con los pedidos del oficial de probación. Okay. ¿Está dispuesta a hacer eso?
Sí.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Sierra, I have a question that I'd like to ask Ms. Lozano, and I want to run it through you first. Does Ms. Lozano promise not to intercept messages from the probation officer that are meant for her mother, either phone calls or letters?
Judge, I think you're making a reasonable request.
And if we have reason to believe, as we like to say in family law, that interception is occurring, does Ms. Lozano also understand that I will issue a directive to apprehend for Ms. Lozano and she'll just be back in detention?
Yes, Your Honor. I understand that. I'm sure she does as well.
I can see Ms. Lozano smiling underneath her mask. So that would constitute post-arrest silence. Okay.
Do you want her to respond to you, Judge?
No, that's okay. She's indicated.
Me? Wait.
You've already answered my question, whether you realize it or not. Where, Mr. Sierra, where's Ms. Lozano in school?
I would have to look at her file, Your Honor. I don't
Or
have.
maybe Mama knows.
Mamá, ¿cómo está su hija en la escuela?
Está bien.
¿En qué grado está?
Está en 9.
¿Y sus grados?
Sus grados son bien.
She's in school, she's in 9th grade, and her grades are good, Your Honor.
¿En el nombre de escuela?
South Hills.
¿Qué? ¿Cómo?
South Hills.
I couldn't understand her through her mask.
South Hills.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Ms. Lozano. Okay. Mr. Ortiz, given our problems with
Yes, Your Honor.
ensuring her coming to court when she's supposed to, is this an appropriate case for an electronic monitor? Mr. Ortiz?
If the history is from what you stated, Your Honor, I wouldn't deny that. But
Are you sure you're not a lawyer, Mr. Ortiz? That's a real waffle answer.
I'm very far from that, Your Honor.
Mr. Ortiz, any indication in her history that there's, oh, yes, there is. When she came in on the 1st, she was positive for marijuana. Okay. Okay. I'm going to authorize her release, Mr. Sierra, on the electronic monitor and with a sweat patch. Ms. Lozano, if you tamper with either the monitor or the sweat patch, I'll consider that a failure. I will most likely issue a directive to apprehend. You will be back in detention, where next time you will get to stay at Uncle Medlin's bed and breakfast for a period of at least 10 days once you maintain level 1.0 before I'll consider your release. So next time, it's going to be even harder. If you test positive for marijuana, if you tamper with your monitor, what's going to happen?
I'm going to get detained.
And you got to stay longer next time. And we'll keep doing this all the way up to until you're 18 if we have to.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank
That'll
you.
be the order of the court.
Thank you, Judge.
Boy, I'm a big softy today. All right. Oh, well. Oh, well.
Everyone's grateful, Your Honor.
It's only because it's the day before St. Patrick's Day. All right. Please don't bring in the next child yet. Detention. Yeah, if you'll turn that. Okay. Pursuant to Section 5408, subsection C of the Texas Family Code, the court finds that the remaining cases involve children under the age of 14. And under that section of the Family Code, there is a presumption that the child's right to privacy outweighs the public's interest in participating and viewing those detention hearings. No contrary evidence has been brought forth to the court, and the court makes the affirmative finding that the child's privacy interest outweighs the public's right to participate in the remaining hearings. I will stop the YouTube live stream, and we'll give it about 30 seconds of burn off time. Stop the live stream.
Okay, guys, we're changing it up. We're learning about the game. I'm gonna change the settings a little bit to make it easier. So, give me 1 second here as the next one comes in. Um, okay. So, the command to get in the game is going to be uh, exclamation mark KCC caps. I don't know if it matters, but that's what it will be. And then we I changed the coloring so you'll be able to tell when the letter is green, it's in the right spot. When it is red, it's the wrong letter, like it's not there at all. If it's orange, it's there, but you've put it in the wrong place. Oh, look at them doing that at the top. And see there.
Mr. Gladstone is here. So you're, see, we're complying with local rules regarded to the coronavirus. We're not conducting detention hearings in person, but we are using Zoom in order to give the public meaningful access to the courts. We are broadcasting these proceedings on YouTube so the public can observe what occurs inside their courtrooms. No portion of this broadcast may be copied, recorded, or published. Violations are punishable by contempt of court, up to 6 months in the Tarrant County Jail and a $500 fine. The court does expect everyone to behave appropriately, so your cameras are expected to be on unless you are an officer of the court. So it looks like we don't have any parents on Zoom. Good. All right, we're going to start with John Bazan. Mr.
Good
Bazan.
morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
I will be covering for Clayton Howard this morning.
Okay, great. All right, Mr. Bazan, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a child's brought to our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 business days. I decide whether to keep you here or to release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. We've appointed Mr. Gladstone as your attorney. I don't think I saw Richard yet.
I don't see him. Do you need me, Your Honor?
Yes, please. I see step. All right, so yesterday, John, you were brought in. I issued a warrant for you on February 23rd for running away. On March 13th, you were arrested and transported to the Harris County Juvenile Detention Center. We picked you up from Houston and brought you back here. On February 14th, you were referred out of custody for Fort Worth for unauthorized use of motor vehicle and running away. Their dispatch for stolen vehicle report, your grandmother told the police that you took her car without permission. She said that you took the car in order to drive down to Houston to visit with a female. You have a history of stealing the family car. And you're back in Houston again. And we gave you a drug test and you're positive. So when you got probation, you were telling me, Judge, I know I did wrong and I shouldn't have taken a car. Please give me a chance on probation so I can prove to you that I've learned from my mistakes and I don't need to go to TJJD. And information. I gave you your wish. It turns out you did the exact same thing, trying to do the exact same thing. So I don't know about this girl in Houston, but I hope it was worth it. So anyways, I'm going to go and detain you because I think if I was to release you, you would just run away again back to Harris County. Right? You can sit down. Are you grandma?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does he always have this attitude?
Yes, sir. We've been struggling it for a few years now.
Right. Well, this just may be one of those that there's very few options left for John other than TJJD. All right. So if he cannot survive or be safe in the community, then we have to remove him from the community. So, Grandma, I'm just letting you aware. Where are his parents, by the way?
In jail.
In jail? Okay. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
Well, Grandma, you did your part raising your kids. This is not really your legal obligation, but I'm sorry you're having to go through this with your grandson. All right. Thank you. All right, John. Now you can get up. See you all. are we to stop true love? Clarence Brown. Mr. Brown, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a child's brought to our facilities, you need to see a judge within 2 days and have to decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to an attorney. We've appointed Mr. Pierce as your attorney. I think I saw David earlier. Good morning, David.
Good morning, Your Honor.
By the way, I just signed that order to release the records to you and Pat.
Oh, good. Thank you. Good.
All
Is that
right.
on my kid, Your Honor?
I beg your pardon?
Was that on mine?
No, that's on Mr. Pearson. He's on a death penalty case downtown.
Yeah, the one that's the co of mine.
No,
Oh.
not your co-defendant.
Okay.
He's a single defendant. That's not the case I'm stalking you on.
Okay. Just checking.
Okay. All right, Lawrence. I already just told you. All right. So Lawrence, you were placed on probation back 2 months ago in January for aggravated robbery with a handgun. And let's see. You spoke to your mom a couple weeks ago. She said she last saw you on February 28th. You left home without permission. Mom was communicating with you via Instagram, telling you to come home. Tried a couple more days and you wouldn't. So Mom said that you had finally returned home, and we told your mom that there was a warrant for you. And you were positive for marijuana. So you've been on probation for 2 months, you've run away, and you're smoking weed. And you're a student at JJ. Mom is working with us. She's communicating. She's trying to help. But it looks like you just don't want any kind of help. You were on the run for, I guess, 18 days.
Approximately a couple of weeks, Judge. And Mom was making diligent efforts to try to communicate with him as best as she could.
Right. No, Mom, I applaud you. Thank you. I honestly believe we can't help these children without the parents. The fact that you are engaging and communicating with us tells me great things about you as a parent. But if Larry's just going to refuse to accept any kind of supervision, well, there's consequences for that. And I know, Mom, that's your goal, is to avoid the worst kind of consequences. So at this point, Lawrence, since you're just going to go out and run and be on your own, I feel like if I was to let you go, you'll just run again. I'm also worried that you found a way to live on the streets for a couple of weeks without your mom. That shouldn't be happening either. So at this point, I'm going to go and detain you, and then we'll just reassess this at the 10-day hearing, decide whether to release you or not. All right. Thank you, Lawrence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Lazara Ray.
Thank you, Judge. May I be excused?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Young. All right, Lazara, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a child's brought to our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I decided whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. And your attorney, Ms. Sherman, is here. Good morning, Harmony.
Good morning.
All right. Lazaria, you've never been here before. Yesterday, Arlington brought you in. They're saying about 9 o'clock, they were dispatched to Six Flags. They found security holding 2 people away from each other, you and an 18-year-old. The police saw you continually attempt to assault her, but then were restrained by security staff. Interviewed the 18-year-old victim and said they ran. The police said she ran into a male friend of hers in the park, gave him a hug to greet him. When walking away, she was approached by Lazaria, who wanted to know why she was hugging her boyfriend. She said she was unaware her friend had a girlfriend. And then it escalated into an argument. And then you said you were going to beat her ass for touching her man. Another female with Lazaria kept encouraging her to strike the victim. Ran up to her, catch her off guard. I guess you sucker punched her. And there were photographs of the injuries. Another witness saw you threatening and cursing for hugging her boyfriend. although didn't see the assault. It saw you allegedly push and elbow a second victim and elbow her in the nose, where she got a bloody nose. So you were brought over here. And she was only 9 years old. And elbowed a 9-year-old in the nose. All right, Mom.
Yes,
You
sir.
Mom?
Yes, sir.
So was she supposed to be at Six Flags?
I let her go with her friends. So yeah, I let her go with her friends. And mom, stated that she would she was gonna drop them off. So, and I've let her go places before, and she's never had a problem.
So who's his boyfriend? Have you met him?
I don't know anything about a boyfriend, and that's not the story that was told to me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the story told to the police, and that's what I'm going off of right now. It may or may not be true. That's for the attorneys to figure out. So, as far as you know, she doesn't have a boyfriend?
No, sir. She's not allowed. She's 13 years old.
Okay. The chances are you don't have multiple people lying about Lazaria claiming to have a boyfriend, right? Mom, I'm just gonna ask you this: how strictly do you monitor her social media accounts?
She doesn't have. That's why I don't allow that. I don't allow her to have social media accounts because just for purposes, just try to keep her safe because it's so much on the social media, and you can't stop everything, but she doesn't have access.
Mom, she has social media accounts, right?
Yeah, she does, but I don't let her get on them. That's the thing. So, yeah, I don't let her. She doesn't have a phone.
She's getting on them, right?
Yeah, I could probably, yeah.
I mean, that's just things are different than when we were kids.
Right.
So, okay, so she does not have a phone?
No, sir.
Okay.
My son has a phone, she has access to that, but I monitor that. But I know, you can't monitor all the time. So I'm pretty sure she's logging in. I've asked her numerous of times because I have access to one of the pages. So I found out she had another page and she won't give me the information. So I'm like, okay, maybe you're sneaking, doing something. I check the phones. I don't see her logging into it. So my personal, I'm thinking she's not using it, but I know she's probably going behind my back and using it. Yeah, I don't let her to have boyfriends. It's a distraction. She's 13 years old, So, and then that's not the story that was told to me. So I'm hearing something totally different. Like,
who told you the story that you know of?
So
don't tell me the story.
Well, when I got there, because the mom called me and was like, the police had slammed her on the ground and her ear was bleeding. So and she's in handcuffs, so I don't know what was going on. So I get up there and she tells me that the girl, the young lady with the red hair came up to her or said something about she was eyeballing her, came up to her, they started arguing. Then I guess the girl swung at her, she swung back. Then she said an older lady tried to get into it and she hit her and her other friend. So I didn't hear anything about a boyfriend and of course she's not gonna tell me that if that's the story, but that's what was told to me, and even from the friends. So I'm just going off of what they told me. Yeah, I don't do the boyfriends. And I'm like, why would you even, Lord. I don't condone bullying.
How's she doing, Mom? How's she doing in school?
She does good. I mean, right now she's homeschool, virtual. So I don't let her go to school because I think it's more better for her to be at home with me. So she's.
When you say she does good, what does good mean to you?
Well, I mean, she's had a little issues in the past.
All right. What is good to you? What grades is she making?
She's probably making C's. She's not in the AB on a row, but she's been doing better. I've been working with her. She's been doing better. I've been staying on top of her doing her work. So,
Mom, you and I can agree C's are not good, right?
No, they're not. That's not acceptable. Yeah, not at all.
We're on the same page.
Yeah, not acceptable.
What I would like to do. So does she have history of running away, sneaking out, anything like that?
No.
So, Lazaria, this is what I want to do at this point. I'm okay releasing you, but now, Mom, you said she's 13, but I show her being 14.
She'll be 14 June. She was born in 2007. So she'll be 14 in June 30th.
Okay, so Mr. Lewis, why do we have a birth date of 2006? Is that the date she told the police?
That is the birthday entered into JCMS, and I'm going to double check the police report. It should match the birthday given in the police report. There may be just a transcription error, or maybe the officers misunderstood her birthday.
Or maybe she lied about her birthday. So.
A moment, sir, and I'll take a look at the offense report itself.
Well, she knows she's 13, so I don't know why she would have said she was 16, or I don't know if she knows. She should know the year she was born.
She should, but she should also not allegedly be getting in fights at Six Flags either.
No, I don't agree with that at all. That is, I'm against that. I don't
Right now, I'm trying to just make a decision, get the information. I'm not really trying to.
The birthday given in the police report is June 30th, 2006. So that number apparently comes from the offense report. Or the police say.
Well. This is what I want to do, Mom. I am okay releasing her to you, but it's going to be on electronic monitor. She's not going to be able to go out and do things for fun.
Okay.
But I'm not willing to do this until she lists out all her social media accounts and passwords, so that you have the opportunity to go through everything. Right?
Okay. I agree with that.
Now, Mom, I will say in Missouri, I'm going to say that we have juvenile probation officers that track down people on social media, kids, and keep on top of it. There are accounts that they're out there. Some kids know we're out there and some don't. But if I find out there's an account that you hid from us, then I'm just going to bring you back here. So this is the time to put everything down and just lay it out. I don't want the list. You just need your mom. You have to have it written down so we can give it to your mom before we release you. And so your mom, at 13, you don't have a right to privacy. Your mom has a right to know everything about your life. And so that's just a condition. So if you want to hold on to those passwords and accounts, then you can, and you can stay here. But if you want to go home to your mom, you write them all down on a piece of paper and give them to and we can give it to your mom so she can track everything. But I'm gonna let you know, if you do not include one, I'm going to consider that you're lying to me. I'm just gonna bring you back here, okay? And next time I'm not gonna let you out as easily. All right? So Mom, we'll see if she's willing to give up those accounts or not. But
yes. And Zaria, honesty, you need to give me all of them. No lying, no more hiding.
But at this point, Lazaria, the worst thing you can do is lie to me, lie to the judge. No matter how bad you think it is that you were lying to your mom and you're getting caught now about social media, that's nothing compared to what it's like when you lie to the court. Okay, so either you come clean and give your mom that information, or you can stay here, or you can come back here because you were lying. All right. Thank you, Lazaria.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Sherman. I'm putting a detention order for now because I don't know if she's going to give up that information. But as soon as she does, Mr. Lewis, let me know and I'll send a release order for her.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Tracy, you can't wait till you have a 13-year-old girl, can you?
What'd you say, Judge?
You cannot wait till you have a 13-year-old girl.
Like a real child?
Yes.
That's not happening. No way. I have lots of children, but they're none of them my own.
Okay, I just want to say something really quick because I don't think Judge Kim is sharp as a tack on some things, but for certain social cues, he doesn't quite pick up on things, okay? The reason he said that is because Miss Perkins here got married in the last 6 months before this video. In 2020, she got married. And he is, I guess, unaware of her age and that she's probably not going to be starting a family regardless that she just got married. But I swear to God, that's why that joke came out. Because it's otherwise an entirely inappropriate joke to make to any woman in court about what their preferences are to bear children. Sort of odd. Anyways, I just think that he said it. And did you see how surprised she was? She was like, me? Real kids? Like, what? Like, how did what? It's funny. But I think he made the mistake because he just like did the data calculation like joke can be made because she got married. This is how I'll explain it. Anyways, also the game that's playing at the side of the screen here, guys, anybody can play. You have to in the chat. That's what we're all chatting and typing. I love all of your guesses. I honestly want to make this like a haiku generator for us. The end of the night, I should get the best 5 or 6 words or whatever. Yeah, 6 words that it made and make little stories out of them, like Mad Libs. Anyways, okay, let's continue. Finish this cringeworthy exchange.
Oh, Lord.
And it's gonna stay that way. If I tell Jason you said that, wow.
Let's see. All right. Hader al-Bakhtari.
Do you need me on this one, Judge? Because I don't see Richard again.
Yeah, I don't see Richard. Yes, please.
Okay.
All right, Hader, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days. So I'm deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. And Ms. Perkins is stepping in for Mr. Gladstone.
I'm right here.
So, all right, back in January, Arlington PD brought you in. Shots fired call at an apartment complex. There were 5 to 6 shots fired. Somebody said that someone was being shot at by somebody in a red Chevrolet Malibu. When they got there, no one was outside, went to the apartment, met with 2 young male victims. So they were outside by the stairs, and the Malibu, which they recognized belonging to Keith Stewart. And they've been staying with the victims, but then there was a gun discharge that made them kick him out. So they noticed a light-skinned Middle Eastern male known as Iraq driving the vehicle. And they saw Iraq driving the vehicle, steering with his left hand, pointing the gun with the right hand, and saw Iraq open fire on the victims. Bullet holes and damage to cars. Yeah. There's some Instagram pictures. They're posts made while you're on your older brother's account, but while your older brother was in custody at the time. You've been here at Kimbo 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is your 8th time here. All right, Iraq. I think if I let you go, I'm afraid of retaliation. I'm worried about the danger of the public as well as danger to yourself. I'm also concerned that you wouldn't come back to court. So I'm going to go and detain you. I think we have a court date coming up soon.
Can I say something, please?
Hold on one second. We have a determined sentence hearing scheduled on March 30th. I don't know if it's going to go or not, but that's your next court date. So, Hader, did you have a question for me, or did you want to tell me something? If you had a question, go ahead and ask me. But if you want to tell me something, then your attorney does not want you to say anything.
Hader, don't say anything at all regarding the offense. If you have a question, you can ask a question, but that's the only way you can say anything, because anything else is being taken down by the prosecutor. Okay.
Yeah, the prosecutor's here watching. So, do you have a question for me?
Yes, I do got a question. They said like I'm not that
Hold on. When you say they said, that doesn't sound like a question.
I apologize. I think my PO, my attorney, they said that the attorney.
No, hold on, Hader. When you say they said, you're telling me a story. A question starts with who, what, when, where, how, why.
Yeah, the question is, I don't think I'm gonna have because they said I'm going for a trial date, so I'm not going to have a determined sentence hearing on the 30th.
Okay, so it sounds like, Your Honor, that he's questioning about the hearing.
Right, about the setting. I don't know. It's set on the 30th, but what's actually going to happen, that's really your attorney will know. Mr. Gladstone will know. If Ms. Perkins, do you mind sending Richard an email just asking him to touch bases with his client?
I will do that.
Okay. All right, Hater.
I was gonna send him one on everything
I
anyway.
said my dad, please, how you belong again?
I'm sorry?
I could speak to my daddy real quick, please.
No, we're in the middle of court, so I'm not gonna shut down court so you can talk to your dad.
All right,
But your dad can call you.
Telephone. All right, yes, sir, thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, one thing I noticed, there's an iPhone here on Zoom. Can you turn on your camera, please? William Beasley Jr. Hello, Mr. Beasley. I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing, deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to be silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Adler is your attorney. Good morning, Frank.
Your Honor.
All right. Okay.
Good morning, Judge.
All right. So you are on probation for assault and unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. And see, Fort PD brought you in. We had a warrant for you, and you have new offenses for robbery. They staked out your residence. Noticed your mom leaving. Taylor was house, a traffic stop. Mom said you're home. Mom went back home, and you were in the back bedroom hiding. So, this is the Domino's. Oh, wait. Let's see. Police were dispatched to Domino's Pizza. Victim said he was delivering pizzas to an apartment, knocked on the door, no response. When he was coming back, two black males in the area asked him about the pizza order, took the pizza. Third person came behind, struck him with a fist, and they ran. So they tracked the phone number down, came to your phone number.
It wasn't my phone number, sir.
There's all multiple robbery, 3 more pizza robberies, the same complex, and you're level 3. So you have court scheduled for tomorrow before Judge Porter, but we'll see if the psychological will come back. We tried to do an out of custody report with you or a meeting for a placement search, but you did not appear. So I think that if I was to let you go, you just would not appear for court, and you're level 3, so you know I'm not letting you go. You got to be level 1 outstanding for me to even think about letting you go. So, William, get your behavior level up, because all this, you need to sit down. No, we're not done with William Beasley.
Oh.
I never said he was done.
All right, hold on 1 second, sir.
Thank you. Okay, hey, Mr. Sierra, can you change your Zoom name so it's has your name on it instead of just iPhone? That would, just next time. I think you have to log into the website to do it. That way I don't kick you out by thinking you're a parent. But you, now that I know, you can turn your camera off if you'd like. But next time, if you can change the name, I'd appreciate it.
You're not gonna fuss at him?
I'm sorry?
Said you're not gonna fuss at him?
At Raphael?
Yeah.
Well, I tried to get preference. There we go. He's changed it now.
I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. Now we know. All right, so Mr. Beasley, you stood up in the middle while I was talking before your court sitting was over. Is there any reason why I should not find you contempt of court?
What is it?
Okay.
Look at Judge Kim just making me eat my fucking words. Was it just this evening, just moments ago in retrospect, in the grand scheme of things, that I was saying he doesn't ever do contempt of court? Never. Oh my God. Okay, let's continue.
Is there any reason why I should not find you contempt of court? That means I can incarcerate you and hold you in custody for violating or basically being disruptive and being rude to the court. Right? Is there any reason why I shouldn't?
You told me I was detained, sir.
Yeah. So is there a way, after this is all done, I can still hold you after just because you're being rude in court? So is there any reason why I shouldn't say that you are rude in court?
Yes, sir.
Yeah? What is that?
Because I'm innocent.
Okay. So because you're innocent allows you to be rude?
You keep saying my phone number. I never had a phone number before.
Okay. All right, no, if that's your excuse. And then the second question is, do you have anything aggravating or mitigating I should consider before I decide what to do about your contempt of court?
You said what you said?
Did you not hear me or did you not understand me?
I didn't understand you.
You have anything aggravating or mitigating that I should consider in deciding whether or not you're in contempt of court?
So if you decided I'm attempting court, what that mean?
That means you're being disruptive or rude or disrespectful
How?
by standing up while I'm talking and walking out.
Cause bro, you keep saying the same stuff every week. If I'm level 1-0, you say I'm dangerous to community. If I'm not level 1-0, you say get my level up. So what?
Okay, so I should consider the fact that you're crying over this as whether it makes it worse or better for you.
I never had a phone number before. You keep saying the same stuff every week. I never had a phone number before. So how is it my phone number?
Okay. So I'll consider that when the time comes to decide whether I assess additional days
I'll
in
if I'm
custody
in the house, bro.
when I release you.
If I'm in the house.
I ain't your bro. I ain't your bro. All right, thank you, Mr. Beasley. You can leave now. I'll decide later. All right, Jason Cruz.
Your Honor,
Yes.
it's my understanding that Mr. Masick won't be in attendance today. I believe he has someone else covering, and then the mom couldn't appear today.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
I guess did Mr. Masick ask anybody to substitute for him? No. It'll be Tracy.
I'm here.
All right, Mr. Cruz, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. The law says when a child's brought to office. Oh, okay, you've been here for 10 days, so I'm deciding whether to release you or keep you. If I keep you here, you will see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. And your attorney, Mr. Masick, is not available to be here, but Ms. Perkins is going to step in. Good morning, Ms. Perkins. All right, so, Jason, you are on probation in Dallas County for 2 counts of unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, 2 counts of evading arrest, and unlawfully carrying a weapon with an active warrant out of Dallas County. You have a petition on file out of Denton County for engaging in organized criminal activity, 2 counts of burglary of habitation, 4 counts of burglary of a motor vehicle with a warrant out of Denton County. And you have a petition on file out of charges out of Collin County for evading arrest with a motor vehicle. And so now you're in Tarrant County in Grand Prairie. There was police dispatch for a homeowner vehicle being broken into and was caught on camera. Came up to the suspects once, had his hand in his pocket, said he would shoot them both, not knowing if he had a gun. Fled in a great tundra, which was found later, and they tried to evade. 4 people in the truck, and you were identified as a second suspect. I guess the guy with a gun, or with his hand in his pocket, saying that he was going to shoot him. All right, Jason, well, I'm convinced that if I was to let you go, that you would go to a different county and pick up more offenses. Where does this child live, Ms. Rojas?
Dallas County.
Dallas County? Okay, well, we'll see how the case goes. But at this point, Jason, I'll let you go. Your mistake was coming to Tarrant County and doing the same things. You should have just stayed in Dallas. So I'm going to go and detain you. I'm afraid I'm going to lose you if I let you go. All right, thank you, Jason. Eunice Goodwin. Mr. Goodwin, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days. I'm deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days. Mr. Berger is your attorney. And, well, first of all, you're level 2, so you know I'm not letting you go. So this involves, you're on probation for criminal mischief. You get, I think, caught with stealing guns. Did we ever find out where the guns were?
No, Your Honor.
No? Okay, yeah. So, Eunice, I'm also concerned that if I let you go, you'll just go to the guns that you're accused of stealing and have access to them. And so I think you'd be a danger to yourself as well as to others. So I'm going to go and detain you. Thank you, Eunice.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Berger. McKinley Medlin.
Please come, Your Honor.
Mr. Medlin, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days and deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to an attorney. Mr. Adler is your attorney. Hey, you're level one standing. Good. Let's see. March 3rd, went before Judge Porter on an out of custody hearing. And Judge Porter detained you for a lack of supervision at home and not being enrolled in school. And all right. Let's pause it for marijuana. Do we have a parent here?
Yes.
Okay, so my question is, if I was to release McKinley, where would he go?
Home with me?
Are there any other children in the home?
No.
Okay. Mr. Dotson, have we already done the psychiatric, I'm sorry, and psychosexual? Mr. Dotson, I can't hear you. I don't think your microphone's working. You're not on mute. I just can't hear you.
That was my mistake. Yeah, I didn't turn it on. Yeah, there's a letter included from Dr. Farman saying that he has not been seen by the psychiatrist because of the high volume. He does have a psychosexual set for April 11th.
Okay. All right. So, are you mom or your mother?
Yes, sir. I'm his mother.
Okay. All right. So, are you currently working?
No, sir.
Are you able to bring here for any kind of appointments with doctors?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. You understand if I release him, he's to have no contact with children under 12 years old, right?
Yes, sir.
You can make sure that happens?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and release him to your custody on electronic monitor. We're going to be very strict about this, right? He's going to have to do remote learning, right? I don't want him leaving the home, especially since you're not working, okay?
Okay.
You're going to have to time your trips, the grocery store, things like that. It's all going to be scheduled. So in a large part, you don't have your freedom, but this is how we get McKinley home back to you, okay?
Okay.
All right, but I'm serious about no unsupervised with children under 12. And if this happens, then, well, when I mean supervised, it has to be by an adult. You understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, McKinley, you're level 1-0, so I'm glad you're there. Just don't push me on this one. You understand that I'm extra careful with you, okay?
So that means McKinley can't do anything, right?
I beg your pardon?
Judge.
Yes.
Judge Kim.
Yes.
Judge.
Yes.
This is kind of a weird thing for a defense attorney to be asking, and I don't think this is the proper time to ask for this. Is there any way we can all appear in front of you tomorrow morning at 8:15? Because there's probably some things. McKinley was staying with his uncle. It's a pretty adverse family dynamic, Judge, that you might want to hear before you release him to his mom. And I think Mr. Dotson would probably agree with that assessment.
Dotson, your thoughts?
I agree, Jans. Matter of fact, his mom told me this morning that she talked to him on the phone. He's been very disrespectful on the phone.
Can y'all just stick around and we'll do this in person as soon as it's done because we're all in the building. So instead of resetting it, let's just go ahead and wait on McKinley and we'll bring him in person when detention docket's over.
Great. Thank you, Judge. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, Judge Kim, that's exactly right. We're going to take a moment here, and what I'm going to explain is how the game that's on the screen works. I'm also going to go ahead and do something that I think you people on mobile might appreciate, but we'll see how big I can get it, okay? I'm going to explain the game. What you see in front of you is a word game. The object of the game is to guess the 5-letter word. The letters how you guess is by entering a command into the chat. The command is, oh, hold on. Oh my God. This is like live freaking, hold on. This is seriously, I'm going to do such a good job. Oh, first of all, I'm just going to flash this up for the OGs. This is the Grand River Brewery counter that was here and here. I'll come back too. I'm happy to be here. So what you have right here is the game, okay? When a red square comes up, that means no, that letter doesn't belong in the word. You don't want to use it anymore. If you see a peach colored square, possibly working to yellow, I'm thinking about changing that. So again, no, but good guess because you didn't repeat, although you repeated a letter, but you didn't repeat the order. So if it's in the right, so if it's in the word but not in the right place, it'll be peach colored. And if it is green, it's the right letter and it's in the right place. So that's a great clue for the person, for you guys as a team, because this is a team game, to figure out the word in this many guesses. The other, so you can play individually as well, but you can also learn and take together and try and figure it out. It's really whatever you want. What I eventually am planning on doing is doing these types of game things with court playing audio wise, and then just maybe this on the screen so that you could just focus on this. But that would again be for these, a lot of the stuff I do is for diehard court people, like court nerds and court creators and stuff like that, because we just like to listen to court all the time. So anyways, I appreciate that maybe not everybody likes the game here, and this is not what we do all the time. I'm just testing out many different things for the stream to see which is fun and what everyone loves. Ideally, I am trying to recreate a 2001 Yahoo chat room vibe, minus the bad baddies. Okay. That's the vibe I'm really going for. And ideally I'd uh, like a trivia in the chat where you can play if you want or not, and then you get points based on how quick you responded. That's really like ideal, but I got this so far. Tic-tac-toe didn't work. Like, did we notice that tic-tac-toe sucked? Anyways, but we will go back to the hearing. So that the correct answer was floss. Floss, ladies and gentlemen, floss. I love trivia as well. Oh, yeah, okay. I was going to show you. Look at this board game I found in a secondhand store. Oh, and so to play it, I'm gonna have to change the command after tonight, but you've all learned it for tonight, so we'll leave it for tonight. But I will change it. But for tonight, the command to play the game, in order to make a guess, you type in an exclamation mark, then capital K, capital C, and then space, and then the 5-letter word. Okay. We all need therapy. Apparently, this is the second session. I don't know what that means, if it's like a season. Fascinating fun with a psychological I paid $4.99 for this. With a psychological twist. Therapy. Trademarked. Shit. Does that mean something to me? Ex- Explore your imagination. Discover surprising facts about human behavior. Find out how others see you. All in the game that promotes hilarious interaction every time you play. And it's a board game? Yeah, actually, you're right. I'm complaining about $5 therapy. Shit, that sort of hurt. What is it? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. You guys. Oh, this is making my ADD brain go, woo! Oh, look at you guys. You're figuring it out. Okay. therapy. It says childhood. Oh no, infancy, childhood, adolescence, adulthood, seniority, cosmos. I guess that's when you're dead. Anyways, and then inside of it is all of the you guys guess what the best part is? The pieces? Guess what the pieces are? 1,000,000 points to the person who guessed. Was it on the front? No, it wasn't. 1,000,000 points to the person who guesses what the pieces are that you move around the therapy board. I'll wait. Well, what? Evelyn's guessing a hammer. Mayor, have you played this game before? They are couches. They are the little beds, the chaise lounge. And inside of those is like a little sort of, I think, is it Baccarat? Or what is the game where you fucking, excuse my language, not kid friendly, where you put these little things in things? Like backgammon? Is that what that is? Backgammon? Do you know what I'm saying? So there's like 6 little holes in everybody's thing, like Trivial Pursuit esque. Damn it, Mayor, was he guessing for the game and I ruined it? Damn it. Dang it, Bobby. Okay, and then the other, just before we go back, it's all cards, right? So you pick the cards, bridge. I think it's bridge. I knew it was a B. Okay, so each, like, one has the card. Okay, let's see what this card says. Oh my fucking God. Oh no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh, we are going to absolutely slaughter this game for what I have no doubt will be many, many nights to come. This card has a question on it, folks. Trivia. True or false? Boys are more likely to be left-handed than girls. These hands, you said fainting couch? Don't worry. I'll give Okay, okay, okay. Okay, fuck. Fact check. First of all, I am really impressed. There's a source cited on the card. Okay? True. Nearly 40% more boys than girls are lefties. Reference Neuropsychologia, 1986, volume 24, parentheses 3, page 429. What? This is going to be so fun. Okay, what about the seniority? We're all going to need to go to the Grand River Brewery. This is going to be so fun. When do older people, this is a seniority card, the seniors one. When do older people prefer to shop? A, in the morning, B, in the afternoon, or C, in the evening? Oh, I'm disappointed for a few reasons already in the answer here. After getting off to a very robust start with this citing of sources and pages and that stuff, I was like, wow, this game is probably really on it. Now, I gave you the 3 choices of A in the morning, B in the afternoon, or C in the evening. let me take a look here and see. I have, yes, multiple people saying A, morning, morning, morning. And the answer here is A, in the early morning. So, Toby, you get it really well, but that wasn't an option. So why would, like, again, that's just dumb. But they did cite a source here. They referenced a book called Profiling the Shopping Behavior of Elderly Consumers, that was in the Gerontologist in 1978. Wow, that's insane. I bet that's still true, though. I bet that one's still true. Okay, should we go to childhood? We're just going to track one of each category now, and then we'll go back to court. I just am now into this. Childhood, shall we? Okay. This is a very, very odd question. Hmm. Question. Elizabeth is 4. If you show her the color light green, what will she probably call it? A, kind of green, B, kind of white, or C, kind of blue? Also, yeah, I'm just, again, just baffled by this. Why do y'all know this? Are you Googling all this as I say it? The answer is A, a kind of, no. Oh. A is for answer, and the answer is a kind of blue, which would have been C. Night, Michelle. Okay. And that was cited, sorry, in a German book from 1989 that I can't pronounce. Okay, that's odd. Adolescence. This is interesting. I don't. Oh, I remember the controversy over the color of the dress. Yeah. Um. Okay. Question, and this is for adolescence. How long after graduating does it take the average student to forget half of his classmates' names? A, 3 months, B, 1 year, or C, 3 years? Oh, sorry, Michelle. I'm glad. Good night, Evelyn. The chat is a little racy. I'm reading this and this is there. So, um, forgive me for getting that wrong. What do we have for this question about after graduating, how long it takes to forget half of your classmates' names? At this point, however, what my real question is, do any of you remember half of your classmates' names? First of all, what's a class? Which class? In high school, you've got like 8. So are you talking about like your graduating class? Are you talking, did you even know half of those names? I think this question needs to be narrowed down. This is why they always used to tell me to be a lawyer. Homeroom. Okay, so you got like 25 people in there, 28 people in your homeroom. Can I remember 20 people? I can remember. I can remember a lot of people from my grade and from my school, but I cannot remember who was in my homeroom except for like 4 people. Um, there was 1,500 in your graduating class in the year. That's more than was in my entire high school for 4 years, for 4 grades. But oh, remember guys, I don't have a visual memory at all. I have aphantasia, so I have no visual imagery at all in my mind. And so I'm probably not a good meter to sort of mark on for that kind of stuff. Anyways, the answer was 3 months, by the way. 3 months, citing LaPointe, July 20th, 1991, page 33. Now, some of this I'm calling bullshit on. These are fake sites. Okay, apparently the therapy cards are different. Okay, but we've got an adulthood and we've got adulthood left. That's what we need. Where the fuck? Where is adulthood? What color would it be? Oh my god, I'm gonna have to organize all of that. Cosmos, no. Oh, the adulthood cards. Did somebody just break into this game and oh no, they're all actually packaged. Funny that the adulthood ones are like wrapped up and the rest of them are not wrapped up. Okay. Here we go. Adulthood. Wait, you probably maybe saw that. So I'm gonna pick a new one. Okay, this is a stupid one. Okay. True or false? As a rule, women enjoy vacations more than men. Okay, first of all, it depends on how many blowjobs. But anyways, true or false? True or false? And this is, they're citing 1980. So remember, 1980s women. 1980s women. And we are getting true, 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 true. You are truly correct. According to Karen Rubenstein, who wrote Vacations for Psychology Today in May of 1980, page 63, they say that's true. I think it really depends. If you go on vacation by yourself, probably pretty enjoyable. With your family, no. Now we have Cosmos. Oh, I'm not asking that. Not asking that yet. Not today. What? This is impossible. This is not a fact. Okay, Cosmos. Question: whose dream is more likely to come true? A woman's or a man's? I want somebody to pull the source for this one to cite it. Again, this just shows you that anybody was able to make a board game. So the T's not first, guys. The T's at the end. There might be another T, but it's not at the beginning. Anyways, they claim a woman's dream is more likely to come true, citing Christopher Evans, 1983, Landscapes of the Night, How and Why We Dream. Well, I don't know what time frame it is. I bought it at the thrift store. Let's see. Oh, here's what we'll do for the very last minute, and then we'll get back to court. We have Therapy the Game, the second session. The object of this game is to be the first player to get one peg from each of the 6 stages of life on your couch. Oh, everything inside of me. Everything inside of me. Yes, it is everybody's main goal to get pegged on their couch at many stages of life. Okay. Um, to get one peg from each of the 6 stages of life on your couch and then reach or pass the finish space. Finish is capitalized, space is not. Oh, we're missing a dice. Are we missing a dice? Oh my god. Jeez. Okay. So like Trivial Pursuit at each corner or like spot on the board there, it's a therapy office. Okay, so it says if you land on an opponent's therapy office, you become the patient and that opponent becomes your therapist. He takes the top therapy card and reads it aloud. Oh yeah, you guys, I haven't even got to the therapy cards yet. They're secret. Okay. Secretly write your answer down while he writes what he thinks your answer will be. This game's sort of like ahead of itself. Note. On rating scale questions, 1 is low, 10 is high. Margin of error of 1 either way counts as a match. Have you ever heard that in a board game instruction before? For which player questions, both the patient and the therapist can be included as possibilities. Which player? You're shitting me. They ask who you'd rather in a board game session? Oh my. If the answers match, the therapist has cured you, and he chooses a peg of any color for his couch. You roll the dice and take another turn. If the answers don't match, you stay in the office and wait for your next turn to repeat therapy with the same therapist. You must stay in therapy until you're cured. There are group therapy spaces, your own therapy spaces, and an unoccupied office. If you land on one of these spaces, the player to your left reads the top therapy card to allow you to secretly write down your answers. All the players then discuss the question out loud and come to a mutual decision on what they think your answer will be. This is fucked up. Can you imagine playing this with drunk, passive-aggressive people? Oh my god, we're gonna have so much fun. Insight. If you land on an insight space, the player to your left reads the top card from the deck of the corresponding stage of life and you answer. Blah, blah. Psychosis. Whoa! Hold on. I was just skimming through the like roles and all that kind of stuff, and then there's a fucking subheading that says psychosis. On your next turn, roll 1 die and move out of psychosis along the arrow that matches the number you rolled. Undergo therapy immediately in the office the arrow directs you to. This is funny. Think blot. When you land on a think blot space, the player to your left takes the top think blot card. Depending on whether the think blot has A or B on it, the player will ask you an A or B question. Same time, he shows you the corresponding think blot in the think blot booklet. Think blot booklet. Oh no, that's separate. I bought them on the same day though. I'm lost too, my crazy life. I really don't understand. If you answer correctly, choose a peg. If you answer incorrectly, go immediately to psychosis, lose a peg of a color. On your next turn, follow the directions for psychosis above. I'm not joking. Ending and winning the game. Oh. Wow, okay. As soon as the player has all 6 pegs, he must then reach or pass the finish space to win. he has to finish after getting all those pegs. If you once you have all 6 pegs, you no longer need therapy. Roll the dice again on the same. Oh, if you land on a therapy office or a group therapy space, roll the dice again on the same turn and move on. You still need to follow the instructions for all the other ones. We appreciate your comments on therapy. Please address your correspondence too. An address in New Brunswick, and I thought, oh, fuck, it's Canadian. I'm going to have to take responsibility for this. New Brunswick, New Jersey. 08901. Our consumer service number is oddly familiar. I am not going to say it. Yeah, you can play Is that Hangman? Is that what you're asking, Toby? Or is that it? Anyways. Oh, you know what? This can't be that old. They have a website on here, but it's 1997. Wow. Early website adopters. I'm always impressed with that. We should cachette. I just need to check them for copyright stuff first. We're not really playing it. I bought this game at a thrift store and I just thought it was hilarious. So there's no real need to play. The game over here is a game that we can play while court is going on. And it's a guessing game for words that are 5 letters. Also, don't leave things on your stove. It's just bad habits. You should never put anything on top of the stove. I don't want to be a bad example. Anyways, the Grand River Brewery counter. I'm still thinking that it is Wordle basically, but it's like recurring Wordle every 8 seconds, just for people like us. Also, if you're new here, this is the ADHD kitchen. Please hit that like or dislike button and subscribe if you're not already subscribed. We have a lot of fun here, swear. If I've missed you in the chat and you've said hello, hello. I see most of you and I see it all. I'm just gonna get back to court. I'm gonna leave this on the screen for this stream only, but I won't be doing this forever. So if you're watching this for the first time and you're like, oh my God, I freaking hate this thing right over here and I'm never gonna watch any of her videos ever again, please just don't do that. Just come back in a little while and check some other stuff out. Okay? How about that? That sounds like a deal to me. Great. Okay, now that we're on the same page, let's back to court. Thank you.
Okay. All right, that's not in my packet. All right, so we're skipping.
Judge Kim, this is Richard Gladstone. I'm just getting on board. Did I miss my hearings this morning?
You missed all of them. Tracy covered for you.
Okay, I appreciate it. I just had an emergency. Thank you.
I understand. Thank you.
Judge, do you need Nicholas Nera next?
Yes. Good job. Yes, we're skipping over to Nera. Hi, Nicholas, I'm Judge Kim.
Yes, sir.
This is a detention hearing. I'm deciding whether to keep you or release you. You've been here for 10 days, so I'm deciding if you should stay another 10 days or not. See, on March 2nd, Grand Prairie brought you in. I think about 1:20 in the morning. They went to, oh, this is the companion case for breaking the car. The other guy put his hand in his pocket and said he had a gun. And then took off in a gray Tundra, 4 suspects in the truck. You took off on foot, but caught. You also had possession of marijuana, and there were things in the truck that looked like it was possible stolen evidence.
And Your Honor, it's not the second page. He is on probation in Dallas County. They went to court yesterday to issue a warrant, and they waiting on the judge to sign it. Once they get it signed, they then will arrange transport for him going back to Dallas County.
What is he on probation for?
engaging 7 times of engaging in organized crime, burglary vehicle, theft of property, 30 to 15,000, burglary habitation. He also has a burglary of a vehicle pending in Collin County. All of these are awaiting him in Dallas County.
Are you mom?
Yes, I am.
What is your son doing? Like, why is he, it looks like he's traveling all around the Metroplex, breaking laws in every county.
I
Like,
know.
You've got to be tired of coming to court.
I am. I am. This has been for the past year. This is all it's been, court with Nicholas.
Yeah, I mean, your son's looking at prison time. And, if he continues this when he turns 17, I mean, he'll spend his adult life in prison as well.
I've had that conversation with him several times, and I just, he doesn't get it. I don't know what's going on in his head, honestly.
Yeah. I understand. I feel bad for you, Mom. I wish I could give you some good advice on this one, but he's at that age and stature now where if he insists on, if he really wants to go to prison, he can. So, okay.
I tell him all the time. I said, "Do you want to be caged?" I said, "Why don't you want to be a free person?" And I never get an answer from him.
Yeah, he probably thinks he's not going to get caught. Most kids do. They just don't think it's going to happen. And one day it does, and it's too late. So.
Yeah.
All right, Mom. Well, Dallas is going to sign a warrant. Their charges are more serious than ours. So I'm going to go and detain him. Mr. Dotson, as soon as the Dallas DTA comes in, we'll release him to Dallas. Let them take care of their stuff first.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ethan Nordyke. I haven't seen anybody with me. All right, Mr. Nordyke, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to an attorney. And they did more than 9:30. That's what I'm trying to get from David. No. I think they did. Yeah.
We have Martinez out here and
That's it. And then Mom for. You're on probation for robbery. And then this is, remember this one is Glenview Court, gun. Search the area, and Mom activated the alarm on your phone, so it made a sound. Found you in a bush, and or the victim's phone. Where's all that noise coming from?
that's what one of the moms
Sorry?
was freaking out because right as she scanned it,
Is there anybody in the parents' room?
volume is turned off.
Thank you. Yes, Ethan, I previously found that you are a runaway and there's probable cause for 2 aggravated assaults with a deadly weapon case, tampering with evidence, aggravated robbery, another aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. And this is all while you're on probation for robbery. And you have prior runaway history. And you're set for court today or tomorrow. So, yeah, Ethan, if I let you go, I think you'd run away again. So I need to keep you. This is where you set up a pattern of behavior, and that just makes people that come across you realize that you're just a certain type of person. I want you to disprove that. I want you to change. Show me you're a different person than when you first came in here. All right? Being level 1 outstanding is a good first step. You're going the right direction. Thank you, Ethan. I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir.
All right. So at this point, Texas under the Open Courts Act, we broadcast these proceedings to the public. However, the Texas Family Code, Chapter 54.08C, states that when a child is under 14 years old, that court hearings are presumed to be closed to the public unless it is in the best interest of the child or the public for the proceedings to be open. Unable to make such a finding, I am now going to discontinue the YouTube broadcast. Please allow 30 seconds for the tape to end.
Please do allow 30 seconds for the tape delay. I am. Oh, hi, guys. Clocking in for the night shift. Please remember to hit that like or dislike button to make sure that we get your attendance. That's like the clock around here. We're going for one more. Some of you may have seen, I have an early morning live stream planned. It's not a mistake. It's real. I don't even know. 8:45, 9, 10, 11:45. Oh, good job. Visor was the last one. 11:45. That sounds, I know it doesn't sound early to y'all. Don't you at me, sir. 11:45 is my live tomorrow, I believe. Sounds way later, but it's 8:45 in the morning for me. That's early. So, anyways, we're gonna do one more hearing. It's like over an hour, so we're not going anywhere right away. But it won't be long before I'm back. Also, for anybody just arriving, the game that's on the screen right now is something we're trying out tonight. The way that you play is by trying to guess 5-letter words. When you see a green square, it means the letter is right and in the right spot. When you see a peach square, it means it's misplaced. So it is in the word, but it's not in the right spot. And if you see a red square, that means that letter is not in this word. Now, you can guess by using tonight's special game command, which is exclamation mark, capital C, capital K, capital C, capital C. That's exclamation mark, capital K, capital C, capital C. Then space, and then your 5-letter word. You guys can absolutely work together as a team. So, for example, right now on the screen, helps is in there, and none of those letters will work again. So the next guess should be something that doesn't use any of those letters at all. Now, you don't have to worry about getting it real quick because it doesn't time out when you're playing it. You can take your time to try and figure it out. But you can also just play it as quick as you can if you think you know the word or whatever. What else was I gonna say? It's hilarious to me. Tonight will be the one and only night the command for this game is exclamation mark KCC, because normally I respond to that like it's my name being called, or as in chat world. And so I am having a very hard time following the chat tonight because everything says KCC in it. And so yes. Uh-oh, Rachel, are you okay? Do you need any help? Rachel had an experience with poison ivy earlier. She's not doing well. So if you need anything, please let somebody know. I can't help you in Canada, but I'm sure we can figure out something between us all. So please let us know if you need anything. And please get yourself taken care of quickly. Also, I am also trying extremely hard not to automatically, because I have ADHD and rejection sensitivity disorder, and my brain automatically looks at anything in chat and with KCC as like personally to me, and all the 5-letter words afterwards, and I'm like, they are not name calling. They are not saying mean things about you at all. It's nothing about you. It's not about you. But I'm working. Anyways, okay, good, Rachel. Take care. We will be here for a little while, and we'll be back in the morning to check on you, hopefully sending prayers as well. Hi, Chris with the fur. Don't worry for being late. Just make sure you hit the like button. And everyone should be safe and happy at home. If somebody can give a TLDR on the chat, like the game for tonight, that would be great. And I am personally taking all of the positive words that you're putting after KCC, so just so you know that. Okay, let's continue.
We're conducting these proceedings on Zoom according to local rules. However, in order to provide the public with meaningful access to the courts, we are broadcasting these proceedings on YouTube for the public to observe what happens in the courtroom. No portion of this broadcast may be recorded, published, or broadcast. Violations of this are punishable by contempt of court of up to 6 months in the county jail and a $500 fine. This is still a court proceeding, though, and we expect people to behave appropriately for court. So please do not have a moving background, like walking around, Ms. Gonzalez. Please do not be in a moving vehicle. Please have your cameras on. So Priscilla Garcia, Gregoria Carrillo, your cameras do need to be on. If you're an officer of the court, you are excused from this requirement of having your camera on. As I understand, you may have other business to take care of with other courts. All right, so let's go ahead and start with Cameron Newton. Hello, Mr. Newton. I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing, deciding whether to keep you in custody or to release you. If I keep you here, you'll see a judge every 10 days. And you have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Newton, this is the one with the shooting with the AR-15 that was left in a trash can over by TCC. And I believe you have a hold from the sheriff in Tarrant County. You were also, when you were arrested for the gun charge, were on probation for unauthorized use of a motor vehicle and I think for burglary of a vehicle. And we have a court setting for motions of pretrial for a jury trial coming up. We have court on April 16th, but I feel like if I was to let you go, you would be a danger to the community as well as yourself. And so I'm going to continue to detain you. All right, Mr. Newton? All right, thank you, sir. All right, next we have Anthony Ferris. We had no parent here for Mr. Newton, correct?
Judge Kim.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, Joan Gonzalez, please be on camera and please do not move the camera around. Do not have a bright light behind your background. Thank you. Mr. Ferris. All right, Sheriff, thank you very much for bringing Mr. Newton. I think we're done with the jail today. All right, Mr. Ferris, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. The law says when a child's brought into our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I've decided whether to keep you here or release you if I keep. Priscilla Garcia, could you please turn your camera on? You have to see it, Mr. Ferris, you have to judge within 2 days. I'd keep you here. You have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. Oh, I'm sorry, this is out of county warrant. All right, so Mr. Ferris, you're 16 years old, and Pantigo brought you in on a warrant out of Dallas County JPD for not showing up in court. And there's a traffic stop for no insurance, and you identify yourself. And so there's a warrant out of Dallas County. Dallas County requested that we hold you until they come and pick you up. Ms. Lazarova, do you know what his charge is out of Dallas County?
Yes, Judge, he's currently pending on 2 counts of accident involving injury, forgery, and unauthorized use of vehicle. He's not on probation, just pending.
Okay, so he has a case is pending?
His case is pending. And
all right.
His warrant says that he apparently, the warrant was issued, it says absconding from supervision, so.
Okay, I understand. Do we have a parent here for Mr. Ferris?
I emailed him the link. I'm not sure if he made it.
Okay, that's fine. All right. All right, Mr. Ferris. You picked up some cases. I don't know if you did or not, but you got to take care of your business. You can't just walk away from court. So I don't know how the judges, or which judge you have in Dallas County, but I know if it was here, I would just hold you. So just, man up, take care of your cases, and move on with your life and do the right thing. All right, Mr. Ferris? So for now, I'm going to hold you as a courtesy for Dallas to pick you up. Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Ricardo Dos Santos. I've been court appointed to represent Mr. Ferris, okay? Just wanted the court to know that. Okay. And he's out of the 305th, Judge Shannon.
Okay. Oh, good. Well, I like Judge Shannon.
And I just wanted to also advise the court that his father called me, Anthony. He was, I guess, trying to get in on Zoom, but he actually was the one that sent me the link, and I appreciate that.
Okay, well, good. Well, Mr. De Los Santos, I'm going to go ahead and keep this child just because I'm afraid he's going to abscond and not appear for court in Dallas County.
Very good.
All right. All right, thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, Judge.
Have a good weekend.
May I be excused?
Yes, sir. Good to see you again, Richard.
Nice to see you.
All right, Tommy Simmons. All right, Mr. Simmons, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. The law says when a kid's brought to a facility, you need to see a judge within 2 days. I have decided whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to be silent. You have a right to attorney. Miss Barrows is your attorney. I don't think I've seen Leslie yet. I'm going to ask Miss Hopkins if you can step in for Miss Barrows.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Jean. All right, so Tommy, 16 years old. Your history with us started when you were 11 with an intervention case. That's when you're 13, you get arrested for burglary of habitation, which you got deferred prosecution for. Then last November, you came in for marijuana and unlawfully carrying a weapon, which you were placed on probation for. And now, First PD brought you in, saying yesterday about 2:30 in the morning, they were dispatched to apartments for a burglary in a vehicle in progress call. It said 2 black males wearing red jackets were seen pulling door handles to a white Altima. They were seen running and getting to a red 4-door Dodge Avenger, leaving. When they got there, police started searching the area, found the vehicle exiting the apartment complex. They stopped the vehicle, told the driver and passenger to exit, and you were a back passenger. You and the front passenger were wearing red clothing, matching the description. During the search, they found a blue striped female's wallet. Inside the door handle was a black credit card. On the floorboard, the right rear passenger seat was a blue credit card belonging to different victims. They contacted the victims and they said that they were taken from their vehicles. So we give you a drug test, you tested positive for marijuana. So you're on probation for carrying a gun, and you have weed history, and now you're arrested for burglary of vehicle, and you're positive for weed. So, Tommy, I don't think you understand what probation is. Probation means you're asking for a chance for us not to send you to TJJD or placement because you're going to follow the law, and it seems like you're not following the law. And you were unsuccessfully discharged from the campus, and you're on TCAP, and I guess TCAP wasn't working. All right, well, Tommy, we have a parent here for Tommy?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. All right, so you're Tommy's mom?
Yes, I am.
All right, what was he doing out at 2 o'clock in the morning?
He wasn't supposed to be out at 2 o'clock in the morning. He was at his sister's house, and I don't know what he was doing out.
How old is his sister?
She's 21.
How often does he spend the night there?
He goes there sometimes on and off.
Okay. Like, where does he get his weed from?
That I don't know. I guess I don't know where he's been getting it from. I gave him some money to take his girlfriend to a dinner, so I'm guessing he was buying other things instead of doing what he was supposed to do.
Is he going to school?
Yes, he's still in school.
What are his grades?
He's making C's in most of his classes. He's failing one.
Okay, so he's failing. Well, so this is what I'm kind of concerned about. He's failing school, but he has time for a girlfriend and time to be out at 2 o'clock in the morning. And Mom, I'm not blaming you. Like, I get it. He's 16. So if he's going to make bad decisions, he's going to make bad decisions. Yeah, Tommy, you don't get to be on probation and smoke marijuana. So I'm going to go and detain you. Tommy, your hand is raised. If you have a question for me, I don't mind answering the question. If you want to tell me something, Ms. Hopkins does not want you to say anything. So do you have a question for me?
Sir?
Do you have a question for me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what's your question?
I was asking if I could get released on the switchback in the morning. Because I know I can. I promise you, if I get released today, I'm not coming back.
Well, that's what probation was for. Probation was for you to promise me that if we let you on probation, that you're not coming back. And so, I mean, you had your chance, and you burned me on that one. So I'm just, I need some time to think about it to make sure, and you to think about it, to make sure you're going to make good decisions going forward. So at this point, I don't think you will. All right. So at this point, I'm detaining you. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Carson Berend. Carson, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days. I'm deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Ms. Carter is your attorney. Good morning, Virginia.
Hi, Judge.
Carson, you're 16. You're on probation for a serious offense. And back in March, this thing, you unsuccessfully discharged from counseling, court-ordered counseling. You were not complying with treatment sessions, engaging in risky behaviors. After a polygraph, you admitted to violating your probation. And you've been disrespectful towards a therapist. Yeah, hey Carson, I know we made a promise about releasing you after level 1. The problem is there's a problem with our behavior level system. So I'm not sure that, like, all bets are off when it comes to the behavior levels. So this is one of those, I'm just gonna just kind of go by feel, but.
What? Talk about taking away their last frickin' hope and dream in the world. Oh my God. Now behavior levels don't even matter. What a jerk. Explain yourself, Judge Kim.
It seems like the behavior levels are not reliable for me to use anymore.
Judge, can you tell me exactly what you mean when you're talking about behavior levels? Do you mean the level in detention? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, the level of detention. It seems like some of the officers are just making up numbers.
Okay.
And so I just, if they're just making them up, I can't rely on it. It's not his fault. It's not any kid's fault. It's our detention staff's fault.
Okay. I do know that he's got a psych, and I thought it was March 22nd, but Ron tells me it's not until April. And I don't know if there's any way to rush it, but we really need some, help
do we have
and
a parent
guidance here.
Ms. Carter, is
Yes.
Carson's parent here?
Joanne
Ms.
Gonzalez.
Gonzalez. Okay, hello, Ms. Gonzalez. Okay.
Can you unmute, Joanne?
Yes.
Olivia, are you the father for Carson?
Yes. It's Nathan.
Nathan, okay.
Yeah, I'm a stepdad.
Stepdad, okay. So, I mean, I'm at just please be very specific with my questions. They're yes or no questions. Is the victim in this case living in your home still?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And there's no other place where I can release Carson at this point?
No, remember we spoke
It's
the last
a
time.
yes. I'm trying to keep it very discreet, so it's a yes or no.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Well, Carson, at this point, just because of what I'm finding out, the report from you being on probation and the violations you've had, this is a safety of the community issue, all right? And so I'm going to continue to detain you for now. But Ms. Carter, please, Virginia, I mean, you and I have known each other for so long. Just try and get me something that I can feel comfortable about releasing this kid. Right? If you can.
All I can say is that you guys had a conversation with Ron and the mom in your office. This was before I was hired, and you had told them that you would consider releasing him after 10 days. They are willing to have him home. And so whatever you need, you just let us know.
Let's do this. I just don't want to continue this on Zoom.
Yeah.
Mr. Jones, can we try and find a time with the parents of Ms. Carter, maybe send an email on when they can be in person, and we'll just do a detention hearing in person next week.
Yes,
whatever works
that'd
your
be great.
schedule.
Yes.
Possibly, Ms. Carter, if you can get like 3 dates next week to Ms. Gonzalez or I'm sorry, I know you're not Olivia, you're probably using somebody else's, but I'm going to call you Olivia. So
It's a
either
computer
Joanne
she
or
uses for
Olivia.
school.
Right. So if you get with Joanne or Olivia, give them 3 dates, and one of them can make it here, so we can just do this in person. And make
Perfect.
sure it fits with Mr. Jones's schedule too.
Absolutely. That's a great option. Thanks,
Okay.
Judge. Maybe excuse.
Yes, we will see, well,
Okay.
Joanne or
We'll see you
Olivia.
next week.
We'll see you next week.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Carson, we'll see you next week.
Yes, sir.
Bye, Carson.
The next one is Robert Lee, which is waived, so Marcus Miller.
If I recall, this is the really sad case where Judge Kim really came down on CPS in a way that I think we all appreciated. I think. And thank you, by the way, Toby S. Appreciate that so much for the super chat. And also Chris with the fur. Both of you guys, amazing. Thank you so much. Everybody for being here tonight. I appreciate all of you. Seriously. Is there a clue for the word? No, there is not. But the clues are when you see like all red, you know none of those letters are in the word. So that's the clue, I think. Look at Streamlabs. Wow, he is like in everything. Tabby. The correct answer was Tabby for that one. Okay, so keep in mind it's 5-letter word. And would it be better if the misplaced letter was yellow instead of peach? Yellow instead of peach. Let me see if that might help a little bit with like, hey, this is in here, but not in the right place. Well, I'm a kitten, so you guys, I'm sure, would all know that. The red that's hard to see. Oh, okay. Let me change that. What should we change that to? Before it was like a gray. Do you want? I'll gray it out with like white lettering, maybe. Would that work? Let's see. We will see how we do. We'll see how we do. The white, I changed the color. Which needs more contrast? The black? The wrong, misplaced, or correct? Yeah, there's a key on the screen at the top. Yeah, I know. And it even changes like right away. Jonathan's gonna get us going here. Let's see. Or apparently not. Why is it not working? Oh, there. Oh, that's better. Am I right? I think that looks good. Sorry, guys. This is what being in the first 1.5K club is like learning YouTube together. We learning this shit, bitches. I love you all so much. Yes, that looks great. Man. God damn. Should they all be white? I don't know. I think it's good at this point. Okay. Oh, and we're experiencing a lot. Ooh, it's close now. It's close now. What is it? Oh yeah, My Crazy Life. If you want to play the game, you have to type in exclamation mark, capital K, capital C, space, 5-letter word. 5-character word, I guess they say specifically. And right now it should end in ear. Cheer? Queer? That's a good guess. Cheer, queer. Oh, yeah. Let's see. That's good, Aim. If you're sleeping, sleep. If you're not, don't worry about it. Woohoo! We got it! It's cheer. Also, I didn't want to tell you guys. Bluebell, it's fine, honey. Woke her up. Listen, I gotta tell you something. I know you probably think that I made the list of words. I could tell that at the beginning because of how you guys were guessing, and it was making me laugh, but they are not my words at all. So they're not court related and they're not like tailored to us, unfortunately, but I really liked seeing that. Just I'm now telling you that for real. So, anyways, let's continue watching the she's like back to bed. This lady's crazy. Let's continue watching this episode for tonight, and we will pasta. No pasta. Nothing from pasta. This is a no pasta word at all. Seriously, and tomorrow this game, if we play it, it will not be the KCC every time. I'm like KCC pasta, KCC hutch, KCC stream. Okay, let's continue.
Hi, Ms. Barrows. We had Tommy Simmons. You're just a little bit late, so we've already done that one, just to let you know. But Ms. Hopkins stepped in for you. Your client made all kinds of admissions, bunch of bank robberies, things like that. So
that always happens to me, Judge. I know.
You know I wouldn't allow that, Leslie.
I know you won't. You got my back, girl.
Always.
I understand. All right. Thank you, Leslie.
Okay, bye.
All right, Mr. Miller, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. I'm deciding whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you, you have to see a judge every 10 days. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to attorney. Your attorney, Ms. Abels, is here. I know the last time we were here 5 days ago because CPS asked for a little bit of time to find placement. We have somebody from the department here for Mr. Miller?
Yes, Your Honor. We do, Judge.
Okay.
And I'm just going to say, if they found a temporary placement and not a permanent placement, I'd really, and Marcus, I'm sorry, I know you hate this, but I'd rather him stay here because his recent placements have not turned out well. He's never been, he needs to be, I think he just needs to be in a place where where he can behave better. That's what I'm looking for. Because when he behaves better, I got a better chance in helping him work this case out.
Right. Okay. Well, so Shelley, are you here, Ms. Brazel?
Yes, sir. I'm right here.
Okay, so can you go through the detention notes? What violations have you had? Like, what specific instances can we find?
In detention, he's had he dropped down this week for talking to a peer with permission, but he's back up on level 1 outstanding.
And that's the only violation he's had?
That's the only thing that I'm seeing on the detention.
Okay.
So he does well here.
Right.
He, like his last 3 placements, he assaulted staff.
Right.
And I want you to know that Marcus wants out. He wants you to release him. And I can agree. I can support Marcus in that. But I want you to know that I don't think it's in his best interest if he's released.
Sure.
But he wants to be released.
Right. I understand. So, all right. So the department, we give you 5 days. I know I put you under the gun. This one, I think you wanted a little bit more. But I wanted to release you last time, 5 days ago. But I'm trying to work with you guys. What have you found?
Your Honor, I'm his caseworker. I have elevated this up to the state level, and I believe that I have my
my directors at the regional level, and I have somebody here that's able to testify on the state's behalf that actually looks for that placement that would have a better answer for you than I do, Your Honor.
And is that Ms. Rhodes?
I don't know what the name of the person is.
Right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, sorry.
All right, Ms. Rhodes, tell me where we're at on the state level, finding something for Marcus.
Okay, I spoke to you. So I work on the foster home shelter aspect, and unfortunately, due to his service level being intense, that's the highest, and that really takes out most of my foster home options. And then, so the age, service level, or IQ, I was not able to locate a foster home. I also have our residential person also looking, and so they're looking for those residential. She gave me a list. I'm not sure how you would like me to give that to you, but at the end of it, there are 47 residential treatment centers. He does not meet the admission criteria for 31 of them because of either age, IQ, or level of care. 2 of them also does not meet the requirements due to those are for children with autism. We have also tried the general residential operations and have no options for him. We have also, because once I have no options and once the residential person has no options, we also then send it to state office for them to review, and they look for child specific contracts. And I'm being told that there are approximately 10 facilities under the umbrella. There are 2 different names, and that they have been in communication with those. And unfortunately, at this time, they don't have any options. Those do take longer because a lot of those are out-of-state options. And so they're still being reviewed, and they have not gotten responses from everybody at this time. I do have like specifics. I just wasn't sure how specific you wanted me to be.
No, that's perfect. So, Ms. Rhodes, basically what you're telling me is it's all bad news. The only good news is you're looking for child-specific contracts, none of which have responded yet.
Correct.
Okay. And how many of those are we looking at?
There are, there are 2 different Acadia and Perimeter, and each of them have approximately 10 facilities under their umbrella.
Okay.
Judge, the other good news is that Marcus is well behaved here. And so as everyone knows, that's a double-edged sword, but that means Marcus is being successful, and Marcus hasn't had much success in placements throughout his young life. And so I do think that that's a positive.
So Marcus, there's just on an aside, all the stuff that's going on, and I know it's frustrating for you. This is your decisions in the past catching up with you, right? It's like every time something happens at one of these facilities, you kind of shut the door on that kind of facility. And eventually you just shut enough doors, there's only like 2 or 3 doors left, right? And that's the problem. Yeah, Marcus, you had a question for me?
Yeah, I do shut a lot of facilities, but they always send me to like ones, and when I try to tell them what's going wrong, because a lot of the facilities, they be like messed up and stuff, and like they don't listen to me and stuff. And then I try to tell them like, because like if I can like get something else like to go on like there and stuff, but they don't be doing nothing. Like they just be sitting there. They just like they act like they're gonna help me out and stuff, but then they come up there and take a few pictures. And when they come up there and take a few pictures, I don't even know why they do that. They make it seem like I said something like really bad, and it causes problems at the placements where like staff like start to put their hands on me. And then when I eventually like hit a staff, they play the assault game, and then like I get in trouble, and then everybody me.
No, Marcus, I get it. Yeah, one of the hard things about growing into, you're a young man now, but just getting, into adulthood is recognizing the times where it's just frustrating. Like it's not right, it's not fair, but you just got to put up with it. And it's brutal. And especially when you're 15, it's brutal. Like I don't think I don't understand, because I do, because I was there at one point. All right. What I'm telling you is at a certain point in your life, whether it's now or whether it's 10 years from now or 20 years from now, you'll learn that no matter how crappy a situation is, sometimes you just sit there and you put up with it. I'll tell you when you really learn about that is when you get married.
Yes, sir.
Right? When you really, that's when you learn. That's when you learn it can be awful, and you just sit there and you put up with it because that's just part of life. I'm sorry for cutting you off. What were you saying?
No, but they was telling you the same thing they be telling the other places that they doing all this, but they never find nothing. That's what's funny.
Yeah.
My father's trying to take me, but they won't give him a chance. I don't know
Well,
why.
that's not true. That's his father. Mr. Donson is working with his father.
Okay.
And he and I have talked about that and about how that would be a great placement. But what we don't want to do is set anybody up to fail, Marcus or his father.
Right.
And so there are some steps that need to be taken. And I know it frustrates Marcus so much that things don't happen right now because we all like things to happen right when we want them to. And that's kind of what Judge Kim was talking about, how you just have to kind of sit it out. But you have to really, he's wrong. You have to learn that before you get married, or the marriage is way worse. I'm just saying. But
let me ask, let me ask, as far as Marcus, what is the status? Like, is it a department? Is there a pending case? Is there what is his conservatorship status?
Your Honor, his conservator status is he's PNC. Rights have been terminated for both his mother and his father on aggravated circumstances. I am revisiting a possibility with his father. The only issue that we're running into is his father he's refused to parent twice before. That he was court ordered to go with his father, and that court order placed him back with his father, and his father returned him to his mother unbeknownst to us, and that's what brought him back into the case. So,
What is wrong with these people? Why are you having this conversation with this child? This poor child. Oh, my heart breaks. My heart breaks. My heart breaks at the ineptness of this. The child is here for one thing only. Detained or not. You don't need to fucking outline it like that in front of him. Okay? This is detrimental to this child's well-being and progress that you tend to care about, but it really doesn't seem like you do, because most people, like Judge Kim, would you like your kid at this age being talked to like that? Like, or being subjected to this type of treatment if God forbid you were gone for some reason? And I'm saying that as a God forbid, like, obvious, you understand. I, 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 when you wonder why these children look at his body language, look at him, his face. And Judge Kim is sitting there in that fucking chair like he's ruling this world. It bothers the fuck out of me. I'm sorry, excuse my language, but not my words at all. And again, Judge Kim, open invitation. Come on over to the kitchen and explain yourself. I've got some questions and I'd be happy to host. That goes for any judge that I've got here. And he is caught up in it, and I'm caught up in it sometimes too. But then I see that out of the corner of my eye, while I've been lucky enough to play trivia, to play all these games with you, to hang out with all you guys. And I'm listening, and then I'm hearing. And all of a sudden I hear the words that they break my heart. Now, what would I feel if they were about me? And then I look up and I see this broken child just sat there. If anything, this is an absolute critical reminder as to why CPS needs to be handled in a different manner, and parents and children need to be given the resources and help that they need at a much earlier age. And you know what? Sometimes it's really hard to see the value and return on the investment on that. But I swear to God, the money that is on the screen right now, the cost, this child being housed at this facility is $1,000 a day minimum. Minimum. If he goes to a residential treatment facility, that number goes $2,000 to $4,000 a day, possibly more. Okay, can you imagine what you would do to a family who might be in poverty or in disarray if you invested like even $5,000 in them, $10,000 in them, stable housing, food that nourishes their mind and their body, um, any of it, counseling, all of these things that you now are willing to throw money at when you've got a child at 14 years old or 15 years old. Well, I'm sorry, but this is past the time. The time to do this was 5 years ago when the first CPS case got opened or whatever. And the absolute fact, and we all know this to be true because I know I'm losing viewers left, right, and center. I don't care. This is who I am. The fact that that CPS is fucking even out of his mouth saying that we're considering the father who we've terminated rights on. Well, I'm sorry, which point were you making a mistake? When you terminated them the first time or when you allowed him to be in the child's life the second time? Because one of them has to be a mistake. So again, to me, it sounds like, oh, maybe, again, I bet the mistake happened the first time when maybe it was an overzealous case agent, a case manager, or a shitty like supervisor, or transportation issues, or whatever. But the fact that he's said that CPS, I mean, maybe he doesn't even know, but caseworkers usually just say nothing. It's not like them to come and say something like this. So for him to come and say, we're working with the person who we've already terminated their rights. What? It makes me really sad because the cost to save the children, imagine if you took $30,000 that you're spending per month on this kid in this facility, minimum. The word was rebus. Anyways, 30,000 minimum, and invested that in families, programs, wraparound services, support services. And again, he's too late. But the children we see on here with children, the girls with babies, the babies with babies. And I say that from a position of not being out of my teens when I got pregnant. I was a teenager. I was barely out of high school. I wasn't a high school pregnancy, but I was fucking close. So, my daughter's 14 now, turning 15. And it's a very hard road to take to do the right way. And if you don't have support around you, you're going to have a harder time. So when you see a girl like we saw the other night in here, pregnant with a baby, and he's holding her in custody because X, Y, and Z, the time to intervene in that child so that we don't get them in the juvenile justice system would be now. And it would be the cheapest thing to do now. But that's why I don't really think they want to help. That's why I think it's mostly a show a lot of the time. Because if they did want to help, it just makes obvious sense. But somebody will say budgets or, line items, and we have to properly, what is it called? Orcs and arcs and we have to put the right accounting and all of that. And again, I'm like, I'm just I'm not that type of person. I'm more of like, oh, I already fixed your problem. So did you want me to unfix it? That would be a bad idea. Why would we do that? Do you know how many times I've said that to a job? I think it's good that I've had lots of jobs, but it's true.
There has been a termination.
Yes, there's parental rights have been terminated on both due to aggravated circumstances, and he is under PMC at this time, Your Honor.
And so even though his dad returned him, Mr. Donaldson is still working with his father.
Right.
On Marcus, he is trying to get him to be able to take him. What he doesn't want is Marcus to have to.
You even told me yesterday. I talked to him yesterday. He ain't talked to him in 6
Hold
weeks.
on, Marcus, hold on. Let me time out for a second. Let me explain something. The way the law recognizes it, once there's a termination, is there is no obligation at all for them to work with you, right? I mean, at all. Like this, there is no, like legally, it's done. So the fact that they're even talking to him or trying tells me they're trying to follow not the law, but the spirit of the law, which is try and keep parents and kids together, right? So even if for you, it may seem like they're not doing anything, for me as a judge, what I'm seeing is they're going above and beyond what CPS, in any case that I've heard. Like this is the first time I've ever heard of this happening, and it may not make sense.
Haven't been talking to him, mister. They haven't been talking to him.
That's not the point. The point is the fact that they're even representing to me that they're doing that tells me that his heart, the caseworker's heart, is in the right place. So I'm asking you on this one is to trust me. Marcus, I've never lied to you before. I'm not going to lie to you ever. All right. I'm always going to shoot straight with you. But you have to understand from what I'm seeing on my side, they're actually making an effort way beyond what any other CPS worker will do. All right. Just trust me on this one. You may not see the results yet, but I see that they're laying the groundwork for something incredible. All right. So Marcus, here's my problem. And I just want to have this adult conversation with you. All right. Is one of the options I have in your case is commitment to TJJD. You know that, right? Because you're looking at a felony level offense. I could commit you to TJJD.
Hold on, Judge. Marcus, do you know what that is?
Yes, I know what it is.
Okay, I just want to make sure you understand where he's going with this. I'm sorry, Judge.
I want to make sure that you understand that if you show me the only time that you can behave is if you're in a highly structured, secure facility like Kimbo, like TJJD, then what it does is it opens the door to say, I've got to send him to TJJD because there's no other place. Now, I don't want to do that, but I'm just letting you know that this is part of the kind of the informed process for you. So you see the bigger picture that where it could go down, unless you can show me that in the community, in a placement or with your father, that you can actually control your emotions, control your reactions.
I can, but you're not giving me a chance.
Well, I think you are. I agree with you. You can. You are here, right? I mean, you're showing me that you can behave.
I know. So, they don't even know what I'm showing you. Like everybody, like I don't know, man. I'm just tired of being here, bro.
Shows us everything.
They don't even like. I'll say I do good at the office, and I know I do. I ain't have nothing to do at the office in the past, and I think it's kind of funny. My own attorney is like just trying to like work with everybody, keeping me in here. I don't know. I think I should be able to leave because I'm doing good, and I think I'm gonna do good at the office. I gotta believe that I do good in the office. I don't know why I should stay. My caseworker is supposed to like, I feel like I'm ready, man. I don't know. I've been doing what I'm supposed to. I feel like I changed a little bit. I can't.
You have too.
I came back to juvie, and I don't think it's. I don't know. I just don't. It don't feel right no more. Like I'm tired of this stuff. So I think I changed. I think I can do better.
Right. I don't want you going to prison.
Yeah, hold on a second. So Marcus, let me clarify something for you. Is you may not feel like your attorney is doing what you wanted to do. However, your attorney has a law license, right? And she has an oath, and she has the standards of conduct that she has to follow. And so she cannot misrepresent to a judge information. That is her duty. I promise you, your one case is not worth her bar card. Okay, so she is always going to be honest with me. You may not like honesty, but she's always going to be honest with me. Okay, and that's why anything that comes out of Keeble's mouth, I can take at face value because she'll never lie to me. All right. Now, Marcus, you are changing. I am seeing the change. But you understand, just because you change in a matter of 17 days, it doesn't erase what's happened in the months or years before that. Okay, it shows me that we're in the right direction. It doesn't show me that you've reached your destination. Okay, if that makes sense. So now I'm trying to look forward. I get it. He's in a better situation. He's behaving better here than in placement, but that doesn't change the fact that I don't agree with just placement for placement's sake, which is kind of what it sounds like it is let's just leave him here because he's actually doing well here. We're not a treatment facility. We're not a placement forum. So I need to know, and Marcus, this is me going to bat for you, right? Because I'm agreeing with you. You don't need to be here. but you don't need to be in a place that you're going to damage property or hurt other people either.
Or a place is going to be moved when we're done. We don't need to move him 9 times till we finish this. I think that if he's going to be placed with his dad, we need to get that done. If Miss Rhodes can find, or her people can find something that's more permanent while they work on things with his dad, I think that too. But I don't think we need to just be moving him.
So let me ask this: what's preventing us to place him with dad?
Right now, the thing that's preventing us from placing him with his father is I don't want to do more harm to Marcus. He's already refused to parent twice. He's already been given the chance to have Marcus under a court order. 3 times he's failed to parent Marcus, and I do not have any help from him as far as a family plan of service in showing good faith to the department.
One second, just out of curiosity, and this is not me trying to beat you up, but just kind of calling it out. How many placements have you put Marcus in that failed?
Marcus has been in 15 placements in 25 months, Your Honor.
So just time out. We're talking about 3 times with dad that has failed, but CPS has found 15 different places that have not been able to handle it, right?
Yes,
sir. I'm just trying to just call it for what it is, that there may be an underlying problem that's not necessarily with dad. The problem may be with Marcus, right? So what other concerns do you have about
What? Oh my fucking God, Judge Kim. Oh my God, so fucking close. I thought, oh wow, you know what? What he's gonna point out, CPS, you suck. 15 placements, you suck, you suck, you suck. And he's literally blaming that child. Oh shit. This just shows a very, very gross lack of ability to recognize the impact of his actions on the child. He wants so badly to be respected. He wants to be revered as a judge. And yet he acts like this. No, I don't like it. The judges I revere because of their actions and their ways of dealing with things properly. Not this. Even Judge Porter knows better than this. Judge Porter would never do this. Judge Porter he looks at their certificates. He encourages them. He makes that kid that's in front of him feel like this kid is there. This kid, if he feels like he's there, he then has to justify the judge doing this with him there. If he doesn't feel like he's there, then they're just talking about him and he doesn't understand it. Either way, it's not good. Seriously. I'm upset at the amount of adults on this screen, mandated reporters they would call themselves, who are not objecting to are just not figuring this out. Fuck, you're re-traumatizing this kid. And for what? So that you can make a point or whatever? You're not doing it to help him. I just, I really thought for a second there I was going to be able to shut up for more than 1 minute. But mostly I thought, oh, wow, okay, he's really going to come here and say something about it's domination, but it's that shitty kind of domination. Do you know dominance is not aggression. And confidence and power is not dominance either. And it goes through your whole being, who you are, how you treat other people. And the person you treat worst in your entire life, I mean, that's really the measure. You know, that's where you have to, that's all you got. So, I think that Judge Kim could close these hearings and selfishly, I'm glad he doesn't. But he could also, these could be fucking meetings. If anything was a goddamn email, Would this not be some of this stuff not be emails? Like, if they wanted to preserve the sort of sanctity of these children in a way and actually be efficient, why wouldn't they like have reports, send them in, get it all dealt with, and not do this show? And I'm saying that absolutely understanding that I am broadcasting this show. And yet again, open invitation to anybody who has a just different opinion or a concern about this. Let's talk about it. I'll explain to you why I do this and how I do this. And if you spend more than 5 minutes here, you'll figure out that I'm an absolute advocate and champion for children, and that I hold judges accountable. I say that like I have any fucking impact. I'm not even American. Oh, I'm so into this. But I do in my own personal little way. I hang, I hold all the judges watch to the same standard if possible, some higher. And I'd love an Adler interview, but he's a judge now too. Listen, I understand why they don't want to do interviews. There's many reasons why judges and lawyers don't want to do interviews. Don't write down your crimes. Don't write down your crimes.
My main concerns, Your Honor, are again, moving Marcus more than we have to for stability. The last placement that he was in was for 10 months, and we actually had a hearing where we were going to try to move him down. And from the level he's at down one level, he's got a terror profile for adoption. We're working every option we can. The only problem is his average is about 2 or 3 months of placement, and then he gets sick and tired of it and he moves. One of the reasons that his father just refused to parent him was because of Marcus's attitude, and he wasn't going to risk his job and he wasn't going to risk his marriage and his family that he had there to deal with Marcus's disabilities that he has. And
Marcus, you see where this comes from, right? I'm hearing this pattern of behavior. Like it starts and ends with you. I mean, that's what I'm seeing. Is you choose. This is what I see. I may be wrong, Marcus. You know the truth. But what I'm seeing is this pattern of you'll go to a place, you'll do it right, you'll show people that you can do good, they'll start to trust you more, and then if you don't get your way, you blow up.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
If you want to talk about Willow Bend, I started off doing horrible there, and because how it was and stuff. And then I asked them like if I could go like with a family member because I got family members that take me, and they wouldn't listen. They ignored me and stuff. So eventually I have to play the system. I fake it till I make it, till I can get out of there. And I'm in there. They tell me to do good for like 6 months, right? And my level drops. I did good for 6 months. I did good for another 6 months. They never dropped my level, and I did good. And I try to call my caseworker. He just be telling me all this stuff and all this. If you keep doing this, like all this and that, and it never happened. So I tell him if this stuff don't start working out, I'm gonna get myself out of here because I don't like being here. Y'all send me. Y'all tell me y'all gonna send me to these way better places. But I tell them, like I said, they
hold on. Whoa, Marcus, you're saying y'all. I'm not y'all.
My fault. They put me in worse situations than.
That's what you care about? That's what you picked up off of that? That he called you y'all? Even though he was obviously speaking about a collective y'all who keeps sending him to fucking shitholes? Those RTCs are horrible for kids. The cost that most are taking per kid is in the thousands and thousands of dollars per day, and yet they can't employ real good people. They're underqualified, understaffed, not good places. There aren't good places like that. That's not a thing. It's not a money-making venture. It's difficult, or it's not a good money-making venture, rather. And so what you get is situations where you have a vulnerable population of people, these children, who are accused and basically convicted of doing bad things, being delinquent, and therefore sent away. And he said, I was good for 6 months. Can you imagine that? Being away from your family at some facility for 6 months and they don't listen to you, so you know the way that you got to get out of there is to get failed out. He's smarter than half of the people on the screen. He understands the game. If the right person and the right people could take this kid in and figure it out, and that's true for all of them, mostly. But again, they don't want to pay the money for that, I guess. It's the same in Canada. The systems are full of these kids who have been neglected, forgotten, discarded, shoved to the side. And now all of a sudden people start acting like, oh, you put yourself here. You've done this, that, and the other. Well, I'm sorry, dude. I'm real sorry, but this kid is spouting truth at you and you can't even listen. You just showed you weren't listening. There are so many responses you could have made to that statement to interrupt him, which is something you hate, being interrupted. But instead, you did that to reassert your preferred naming convention, even though he was speaking of a group of people. Which is actually speaks volumes because he doesn't just blame you individually as the judge, even though you pretend like you're the only thing. There are many people that have had a hand in him going to those places. Y'all sent him to. And again, Judge Kim, come on down to Canada. I'll even treat you. I'll take you whale watching once you explain yourself.
Time it was at my
Right.
house.
So Marcus, let me ask you this. Can you fake it? Can you work the system for 2.5 more years? That's all you got to do. You just got to game the system for 2.5 years, then you're done. Right? And that's why I think you're smart enough to figure out how to work the system. But honestly, CPS would not be upset if you work the system for 2.5 more years. Like that's not, it makes your life less stress. I'm sorry?
Your life less stress. Work our system, and guess what we'll pay you in order to do that? We'll pay you nothing. We'll pay you absolutely nothing. We'll give you an apple that will dangle far in front of you in the form of special housing or special assistance for kids that have gone through foster care, or university, but they're not actually going to do that because this child has already fallen deep beyond that crack. That's for kids that maybe were adopted or dealing with foster care and got into a stable situation. You're asking this child to game the system for 2.5 more years until what? Until he's 18, and then what? It's not your problem anymore? Cool. Pass the buck.
Nothing. I was talking to myself.
Okay.
Where do you want to go, Marcus?
To my father.
Okay.
But I don't want to be in here.
Oh, I know that. I know that. So
they have other I think I would do good at the CPS office.
But that's no home.
No, Marcus, I don't want to put you in the CPS office. Like
but
that,
y'all want me to
I will, right? If like CPS didn't show up today, I would tell them pick you up, and if you end up in the office, that's fine. If they're gonna disrespect me like that, but given the choice, I'm not gonna send you over there. Okay. So, all right. So for the department,
Do you hear that fucked up mind shit that he just said? If the department hadn't shown up today, I would have made them come get you and taken you to the office. But since they did show up, well, that's fucked up, dude. You're just playing games with this child for no reason. And I know why. I know it's like a cat and mouse lawyer game in his head, but this is a person. This is a child. If you want to play case law, come on the internet and watch it from here. Don't toy around with them there.
Darren, Damon, where does his dad live?
His dad lives down in Austin.
Can we get his dad on the list on his visitation? Is there visitation?
His dad has been added. Again, this is one of the things that I've talked with Marcus is we have to stair step things because I don't want to put Marcus in a situation where it puts him in a worse situation down the road.
Right.
We have gotten it to where Marcus got, he was talking with his grandmother, built a good relationship. Then we had Marcus's grandmother visiting Willow Bend. Once we got that where it needed to be, then I added his father onto the list so that he could talk to his father and we could monitor that appropriate relationship. And we were working towards trying to get his father to visits. And if visits went good and it didn't set Marcus off the end, we were going to start working a family plan of service to ask him to show good faith to the department that this time was good. Because, he's failed 3 other times to do that. My only problem is without having him successfully show the department that he's willing to parent, being that he's refused 3 times and his parental rights were aggravated, they were removed due to aggravated circumstances. My main fear is if we move too fast and this Marcus goes down there, his dad's already shown that if he can't take it, he'll just drop him off and get rid of him. And we're going to be back in a worse situation where Marcus might be a runaway, which he's done. And that's just a concern. And I know Marcus doesn't feel that I have his best interest at fact, but Marcus, as well, I've told you, man, I lose a lot of nights of sleep. I'm praying and, really it's about being held accountable and being responsible and understanding that your actions have consequences and that we've had 15 placements in 25 months for a reason. I wouldn't drive 2.5 hours here and 2.5 hours back every week if I didn't carry Marcus.
Well, let me ask you this. You said that you had started including dad on some kind of access. And
yes.
Stuff. And then
he's on his list now, ma'am.
I know, but when he was at that place that starts with a W that I can't remember the name of. But yeah, okay. So where did it go from there? Was his dad successful? And
he had just been talking with his father for I believe about 2.5, 3 weeks when he blew up.
I wasn't talking to my father at all at Willow Bend. I didn't even have his number on my list. I didn't talk to him not once. I didn't talk to him until I was
Marcus, hold on. Let them finish the conversation instead of interrupting. Just give him a second. I was listening to them.
Okay, so when Marcus acted up, you took his dad, you just wouldn't let his dad talk to him? Was that it?
When I took over as the case manager for Marcus back in August of last year, there was no contact with his father. His father had no contact with him at all. It wasn't until just before he was released with Willow Bend, it wasn't until he was taken from Willow Bend and arrested for assault that we had added his dad on there and in the hopes that he could build that good relationship.
Okay. And so can he call his dad? I don't know how the phone works right now at detention.
Yeah, his dad is added on the one right now. If he wants to call his dad, he can call his dad and his dad can call him.
Okay, cool. You understand that, Marcus? And you have to be on level 2, I think, to get a phone call, maybe 1 now.
He has been talking with his dad on the phone.
Oh, why didn't you say that? We're all here talking about how to get you talking to your dad. You've been talking to your dad?
And hear you.
Okay, cool. I'm done. Whatever. I'm glad you're talking to your dad.
Hey, yet again. Oh. You know what you could have yelled at? The guy sitting there pretending that he's monitoring said conversation. Adults. The ones who's paid to report about this to you. Instead, you just fucking yelled at the kid. Miss Abels, usually I like you. You've still got an invitation to come to the kitchen, but again, I'm not happy about this. And again, I know what you're doing. Look at Judge Kim's face. Look at his smarmy little face. Fucking sacrifice the kid for this. Oh, it's killing me. I'm not even ready to move past that yet. Who thought, why are y'all smiling? She looks like sad, but I have to smile. He's just like chuckled, just fucking chuffed with himself up here. Janine doesn't seem very happy about it. Mark Rickman, Mr. Rickman, who's supposed to be the prosecutor who is all about protecting the children. Yeah, buddy. Huh? And also, dude, your fucking mask's not working. It's not over your nose, and it's like, what the fuck?
So, I mean, at this point, is Dad willing to take him in, or is he not certain yet?
I'm not 100% on that, Your Honor. I haven't spoken to his father within the last 3-4 weeks personally on the matter. Since he's come into the assault and everything on that, I've been more focused on trying to find placement for Marcus and that, because I know that we can't just put him. It's not in his best interest that we just put him over there. It's already been done before and it's failed.
Well, CPS has also had 24 placements that have all failed. So just because it hasn't worked before doesn't mean it won't work again, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll keep an open mind on this. So, Marcus, what does your dad say? Does your dad want you there with him, or is he still?
Yes, he said if he's willing to work. He said he wants me back. I talked to him yesterday, and he said he's gonna, if Damon would talk to him or somebody, he wants to get me back.
So is this one of those he wants you back if you can follow the rules and behave and not cause problems?
Yes, sir.
See where I'm going with this? Like, he wants you back. There's no question. I know he wants you back. But the thing is, he can't have you back if you're going to disrupt or be negative in his life. You can't go and get upset and destroy computer monitors and equipment and cost $3,700 in damage like you did over at Millwood, right? You can't rage over there. That's why I have a feeling the reason why your dad takes you in is because he loves you and you behave. And then the reason why he has to say, I can't handle Marcus, is because you lash out. Yeah.
It's no excuse, but the reason I acted up a lot is because I feel like I messed up at home, and I was like feeling like I never go back. So that's why I was really acting up and stuff.
Yeah, but that's not gaming the system, right?
Yeah, and I feel like CPS was like, not like, they like, I felt bad because I really wanted to go home, and I feel like I messed up. So I was just like acting up and stuff like that.
But Marcus, you understand you can mess up so many times that you're losing opportunities, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so Marcus, if you're telling me that your dad is going to take you in, let's go ahead and restart the conversation, all right? And I want to see if Dad's genuine about this. I understand it hasn't worked. It's had problems in the past, but again, this is part of what we do, right?
And I'll talk to his dad
Yeah.
as well to see, if and when we can put him there, and then work something out with CPS. We may have to, I don't know, do some kind of, I guess, mediation with it. But Marcus, if you can't, you're never always going to get your way. And a parent's job is to piss their kids off. That's just what our job is, and that's going to happen. So you have to have the skill to handle that.
Yeah, Marcus, if you go with your dad, your job is to be a 15-year-old son, not to be a man who bows up and does your own thing, right?
I'm gonna try to be a good role model for my little brother.
No. I don't want you to, hey, don't bite off more than you can chew. First things first. I don't want you a role model yet. What I want you doing at this point is being who you're supposed to be.
Yes,
that means being the kind of person that people want to be around, right? Don't worry about other people yet. You be you. You worry about you.
Yes,
right?
sir.
When you start worrying about what other people think about you, you're gonna have other problems.
Yes, sir.
Right? Focus on what's important, which is not causing problems, That way you can stay out of Kimbo and stay out of TJJD. All right, so Marcus, this is where I'm at. The reason why I said, because normally you're at 10 days for hearings, but I said at 5 days because I wanted CPS to understand that I'm keeping them accountable and putting pressure on them. Okay, so you did not come here. I never told you to expect to be released today. Right? I came back so they could report in 5 days exactly where we're at, where we're going, so I have a better plan. So at this point, we're going to set this off for another 5 days. At that point, Marcus, come on. I never told you that I'd let you go. Yes, Shelley?
We are set for adjudication on Wednesday.
Okay. All right. So by Wednesday, then, so at least the department knows, so the department will have to be here on Wednesday. And we'll have definitively on what dad says about letting you go. If your dad knows the risks and understands and is telling CPS that he wants you back there in Travis County, then that seems good to me. All right. But Marcus, I never told you last week that I'd be letting you go today. I told you that we'd have a hearing in 5 days so CPS can report to me what progress they've made. Yes, sir.
So if my dad says he wants me back, when I go to court, I can possibly go home to my father?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Bet. That's good enough news, sir.
All right. So I'm
just say you're going home with him.
Yeah, I'm not saying you are. I'm saying possibly, right? And keeping that option open. But when we saw each other last week, I never told you I'd be letting you out on Friday, right?
Yes, sir.
What I told them was they have to come back and explain to me what they've done to find a place for you. So if you had an expectation of getting out today, that was on you. I never did that. I never gave you that expectation. All right?
All right.
But you understand, if I let you go somewhere, now here's the problem, Marcus. If you get upset and you walk out the house while you're on probation, it's a lot easier. I just issue a warrant for you and bring you back here.
Yes,
Right?
sir.
Things are different now that you have a juvenile case, right? A felony level juvenile case. Things are a lot different. So the law changes when there's a juvenile case versus just CPS. You've kind of figured out how to frustrate the CPS system and cause problems for them. You're not going to be able to figure out how to frustrate me because the law doesn't let that happen. As a judge on a juvie case, I can just say send them to TJJD and you're done until your 18th birthday. So don't try and play that game with me. All right, it's not going to work out for you. But I'm not telling you that as a threat. I'm just telling you that just man to man is a fair warning.
I get it.
All right. Thank you, Marcus. We'll see you on Wednesday.
Oh, sir.
Yes, sir.
On Wednesday, do I go like to the courthouse or do I come over here still?
No, you'll be in the courthouse.
All right, bet.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. May I be excused?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Abels.
All right.
J. Twan Stewart. Well, Mr. Stewart, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing. You've been here 10 days, so I'm deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to attorney. Mr. Pearson's your attorney. All right, so let's see. Arlington PD shooting in progress. Several black males. All witnesses heard gunshots. Bullet holes in one of the walls. One witness went through his apartment, went by his head. It seemed like there was a drive-by shooting. So, yeah, that's right. This one looks like a drug deal gone bad. And this was January 21st. We let you go. No, yeah, you let you go. And then March 1st, Arlington brought you in because there's surveillance of a shooting offense. Cameras showed J-Twan and 3 other unknown black males enter suspect vehicle. There's a traffic stop, and they found a loaded black Taurus, 9mm under the front passenger seat where J-Twan was seated. So he's brought over here. And you have a pending case in Dallas for evading arrest. They were trying to give you 6 months of probation. And now you picked up the gun case. They just want to transfer it over here. And you were positive for weed on the January drug test. Mr. Geary, are you here? Did we not give him a drug test in March?
Your Honor, actually, he was not released. He has been in detention since January 21st. We received another referral in March.
Oh,
for
that makes
another-
sense.
Yes.
You know if they ever matched ballistics from that pistol to the shooting?
I do not, Your Honor.
So he's a pending case out of Dallas County, and he's smoking weed when he gets arrested in Tarrant County for the shooting where bullets went through apartment walls. And it looks like he is associated with a gang. All right, Mom, you have a question for me?
Yes, I just want to take out the time to address his behavior by him being in here this whole entire 60 days. And I just want to, shed some light on. I know that the alleged charges that he have against him are bad. I understand. And I know that this court operates in a different manner. We're not from here. And so I'm learning, this is what detention hearing number 5 or 6. So I'm learning. I haven't spoke up a lot because I didn't know how you guys were operating. But I just want to appreciate you for teaching him a lesson. This has been a long 60 days for me, but I want to let you know that my son is not as harsh as those crimes are. And it hurts me as a mother to sit here and, but I just would like to see if you could consider, because his behavior has been very outstanding, his behavior. And I was not here at the last detention hearing because I was moving. I'm trying to better this situation as a mother, a young single mother, trying to better this situation. I have moved. I've relocated from Arlington. Because now that I'm seeing he doesn't have to physically be, go to juvenile. He doesn't have to physically go to juvenile to get a case. I'm learning that because everything that he has been referrals. And so I'm learning. And again, I do appreciate how things are in here. But as a mother that knows their child, it's kind of hard to sit and listen. But again, I do understand and I know how things are ran in the courtroom. I just would like you to consider his behavior for the entire time that he's been here, like 60 days. I know he dropped to a level 1A for 7 days. And I just want you to consider his behavior here because he's not a violent kid. And I'm not here to lie or anything. He's not a violent kid. And again, whenever he does get released and he's back in front of you, if he ever comes back in front of you, just keep him because I have a mental illness that affects me. And, it's been hard. So the only thing that I want to say, Your Honor, was just, could you consider his behavior that he's had through these 60 days? And I just want you to kind of take into consideration that he's haven't been disrespectful to any staff. He's really not a violent kid, but these charges make him seem very much violent. And I understand how you are as a judge and how it sounds, but I just want to just shed some light on his behavior by being in here, because this is the only thing that will correct my son upon being released, whenever he's released.
So,
And
Mom,
that's-
so this is my concern. So the video surveillance has Jaytwan firing from back of a car towards some people and then shooting back at Jaytwan. Okay, that's on video, right? As heartbroken as upset as you are now, how heartbroken and upset would you be if you were planning his funeral?
I will be very, and I've been listening to you read the police report over and over. It says that he put his hands in the air. I don't know what went on that day. I really don't. And the thing is, he don't have guns around me. I'm a convicted felon. I can't be around. I've been rehabilitating myself for 3 years now. So,
What's your felony for?
Excuse me?
What's your felony for?
My felony is for theft. I used to, I have theft.
I understand. Are you still on paper?
Oh no, I've been changing my life for 3 years, and I think that's the reason why this situation is because I've been there. I've been in the system. I know how it goes, and
you don't want him picking up a felony.
This hurts my heart. When I got that call, it hurt my heart because that's not J21's character. He's getting recognized. I mean, his coaches have been calling me because it's just not his character. But once you read it, and oh my God, it's hard. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I suffer from major depression, so it's been up and down. It's been a roller coaster. I'm not gonna sit here and say that these 60 days has been easy. Not to mention yesterday, I got some medical news. I have to have a knee replacement done. I also brought these because I'm young. I'm 35. I have arthritis in the knee, never knew. And I have to have knee replacement done within the next couple of months. And so it's a lot. And I understand. I really do understand the court system. I understand it all. It's just, I want his behavior to be considered. And I mean, like, my word as a parent that has been through the system and know the system, I'm sitting here really speaking on the behalf of my son because I know what he's capable of doing. And if he was to come back in front of you, I would not be I promise you, I would not be here in such much distress and having so much anxiety.
I'm going to interrupt you. So my question is, did y'all just move to Texas recently?
We moved to Arlington. We're from Waco. Waco. I've been in Arlington.
Does he have history in McLennan County?
No. This is his first.
Hold on a second. Ms. Aguirre, were you able to check anything in McLennan County?
No, Your Honor, the only thing that I showed was Dallas County.
So, Mom, something happened because he's picking up all these bad habits starting in January. Really?
Oh, yeah.
So, hold on. January 5th, he gets arrested for evading arrest from Dallas County. January 21st, he has a shootout. I'm sorry, January 7th, he has a shootout at the apartment complex. January 21st, he's caught in a car with a loaded gun. No, and then, yeah. February 28th, he has an assault. I mean, there's February of last year with an assault case. So it's like the switch flipped. I'm trying to figure out what happened. Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, this is pretty much, like I say, we've been
Hold on a second.
Oh,
Your
sorry.
son had his hand raised. Do you have a question for me, or you want to tell me something?
I would like to tell you something.
Well, it's an either or. Is it a question or you want a statement?
It's a statement.
All right. Is a statement involving the guns or anything, marijuana or anything that makes you look bad?
It's involving what you said, that I had a loaded gun in the car.
Okay, hold on. Your attorney doesn't want you to talk about this? All right, because I don't want you to put yourself in a spot. There's somebody over here, one of the DAs that's listening to things and taking notes. And I don't want you to make your attorney's job harder than it has to be. Okay? I'm just trying to look out for you on this one. All right. So, Mom, you were gonna say?
Oh, okay. Yes, I just wanted to say the assault charge that, like I said, I'm not
worried about the assault charge. I'm worried about your son getting shot, bleeding out in the streets. That's what I'm worried about.
And I understand because the severity of it makes it sound bad.
I'm worried about him shooting somebody else.
Oh no, that's not gonna happen because J21 is not even allowed to be around guns.
Well, he wasn't, Mom. He wasn't allowed to be around guns before.
And I don't have any knowledge of this.
Right.
And he raised his hands in the air. I don't know if anyone did anything to him. I'm highly upset about it.
What's worrying me is the fact that you're assuming that your son's not going to break your rules. I'm assuming he is.
I've moved. Your Honor, this is what I want to say about J21. I don't have problems with J21 disrespecting me or anything like that. I don't have a history of that. I have an older son. Then my older son, yes, I have that problem with him. But with J21, I don't. I'm trying to, like I say, I've been out 3 years. I'm steady trying to correct myself to keep me on a good path.
So, Mom, let me ask you this. Do you work?
I have to stop working right now due to having knee arthritis.
It's a yes or no question.
No, I do not.
And then, what city do you live in now?
Right now, I just moved to North Richland Hills last week because I want to start over, and I want my son to start over from a different.
He's just going to find other people again, right? Especially since he has gang affiliation.
Well, I highly doubt that because we don't know anybody. All the people he knows is from.
Oh, Mom, come on now. He gets on Instagram, he finds all his friends again.
Well, they're not allowed. They're not allowed at my house because I want to correct my son's behavior for these 60 days that he.
Again, Mom, we're going back to you're assuming he's going to follow all your rules.
He will because how is he going to get to Arlington from North Richland Hills? He can't drive my car. He doesn't have a license. He won't get over there. Those dudes are not allowed at my house, just like the incident
Mom,
from last year.
those dudes that had the money to buy a gun and weed will have money to Uber.
Well, I do understand that tactic, but we have to let that type of thing happen first. They're not allowed over there. I will call the police if any. I will call the police because this is how serious that I for 3 years, and I'm gonna make sure he changed because we got to correct this one incident. This is his first court. All those other things, he doesn't associate with the evading arrest boy. He went over there with a friend. And guess what? Took off running. He went to Dallas County. That's the only time I had to get my son from the system. So that charge has been pending since last year. The assault, it came. I don't know anything about it, and they didn't even know if it was J21 or not. That's why the case got thrown out. There wasn't enough solid evidence to say that it was J21. I've had problems with family.
Mom, I don't even care about that case.
I just wanted to speak up on it because it's broad.
I understand that you do. I'm just letting you know, I don't care about that case.
Okay.
There's no explanation that matters to me on that one. Jatwan, did you have something you want to ask me?
Sir, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
You said that you worried about me with my friends, but I don't associate with people no more. I'm trying to fix myself so I can go a better way, so I can succeed into society, and so I can go to college. I play basketball, Your Honor, and my coach has been worried about me all this time. They're like, if there's any way that I can get released on the it doesn't even matter. I just want to prove to you that I can succeed into society and be the better person that I am, and I am a better person.
Yes. So, what you need to do, Jatwan, is be the person that you're supposed to be, not the person that you want to be. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
So, as you come across every decision that you make, it shouldn't be about what sounds like fun, what's going to be a good time. It's about what should I be doing, not what do I want to do. All right. So, I can give you that chance, but you're going to be electronic monitor. Mom, he needs to attend school remotely from home. I don't want him out and about. You're not working. If that changes, you need to let us know. I'll reevaluate the situation. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Hold on, my mind went blank. I forgot what. Okay, no. I got a call from a school that they want him to attend. I'm not for sure. I know it's in Fort Worth. Is it a DAP or
JJAEP? Mr. Gary will get with you on that one.
So, do you want me to contact them if he's released so I can know what to do? I have Wi-Fi. I mean, I have everything that can utilize him to go into school.
Mr. Gary will take care of that. I don't. There's too many details with that. I can't keep up with it.
Okay.
But Mr. Gary is wonderful. She will absolutely help you on that one.
I do appreciate you letting me speak today. I know I sound a little up and down, but
Mom, what I need you to do is I'm doing this because I'm trusting you that you will call Mr. Gary if your son gives you an attitude. You will call Mr. Gary if he sneaks out of the house. We'll know because of electronic monitoring. We will know. You will call Mr. Gary if he's contacting any friends that you don't approve of. You have to approve of everyone that he associates with. All right? And
okay.
Which one? If you don't follow her rules, then you just come back here. I mean, it's really that simple.
My
I'm giving you
word.
this chance, but this idea that you were going to follow all her rules. And I believe your mom that she's going to throw you under the bus.
And I am.
She doesn't want
and
to
I
marry you.
am. And I am because this hurts.
Yes, sir. I promise. I'm going.
All right. Well, show me. Don't promise me. Show me, okay?
Exactly.
All right. Thank you, everyone. That'll conclude the detention dockets for today.
This just hurts.
Just imagine the difference between the two situations. The child whose parents aren't there, who's been to 15, 20, whatever, however many frickin' things in his life. you guys want to finish this last chat words before I turn it off? Is it oh, it was quote. It was quote, my friends. Anyways, I was going to tell a story about, oh, let me turn that off before we get into it. I was going to tell a story about a job I once had. And the job I once had was a fun job. I'll be, oh, go. Bluebell, you gotta be on camera there. You're not like doing me a very good solve. Anyways, okay. ADD engage. What was the trigger? Hummus at the shuttle. Okay. Oh, yes. Okay. So that job, my job was that I was the shuttle manager for the cruise ship shuttles that came to town. So the shuttle only operated when the cruise ships were in town, but we used like buses from the regional transit company, double-decker buses. We had 3 double-decker buses and 2 regular buses. And I employed the drivers and the staff to sell the tickets and do the route and to cover it for whenever the cruise ships were in. We had a passenger quota. And so, oh, good night, Cha. So we that job was after I'd already been working at the cruise lines, like doing tours for a while. So I was pretty like understanding of the cruise ship season and the dynamics in my port and all that kind of stuff. But um 2 things were new with this job. One was the second location, which is the downtown stop for this shuttle. And the second thing was I had hired some young teenagers to work because I knew their mom and it worked out. So I hired many people, but amongst them was one like 16-year-old boy who was very, very capable, a super nice kid. He was so polite, so nice. What a great kid. Anyways, but being a mother myself, I feel a little bit of responsibility when somebody's child. I know we're all somebody's child, but just anyways. So whatever, set the stage. But I trust the kid. I'm not worried about him. Like, I just trust him. But what you should also know is that this is a number of years ago. This is not present day, obviously. And so the situation in our downtown core today is worse, shockingly, than was then, but it was still pretty bad then. And the one of the main issues that I had when I worked down there. Hold on, can you just move this in front? So like you can like enhance people. Hold on, just do it right there. Do it right there. So we had the shuttle space downtown and people would get off and that's where they would get back on to come back to the cruise line. And so the radios didn't work that far apart between the pier and the downtown station. So it was cell phone communication. And the last shuttle would always leave at like, I can't remember the exact time, but it was set at a time. And this story has now become 2 stories. It's 2 separate stories, but they both happened at the same job. Okay, yeah, have a drink. Okay, so basically the first story is the people that were downtown begging figured out very quickly that the lineup of passengers waiting to board my cruise ship shuttle was very lucrative in terms of begging. And that was a problem that I didn't really like. And I'm not, I am very, I should, well, be careful how I say this. this is why this was a problem to me. I actually don't have a problem with panhandling or begging. And our city, I live in the city of Victoria, which is in British Columbia, it's a capital city, has been well known for its street entertainment for years. Right. So when I first started with this job, I went to like some downtown business association meetings where they're like, what are we going to do? Like, about all the, people begging on the corner. And they're like, we can't kick them out. We can't do this and that. And I was like, well, what we could do maybe is like hire buskers or like people to actually perform in those places instead and sort of just like replace it with good stuff. And they're like, no, I don't know if we can do that. I was like, oh, okay. So the season progressed, and sure enough, word and schedule of the cruise ship shuttle got around, and this one guy developed an act, okay? And what he would do is plant hummus into the garbage bin right on the street. And then he would leave and approach it later when there was a new batch of shuttle passengers. Pretty smart, because it's pretty unlikely if you see a bus leave that you will have any of the same passengers at all. So he would then eat out of the garbage bin this hummus and sort of beg for money and would get like 10s, 20s US dollars. And I remember I was so mad. I was like, no, absolutely not. Like, oh, how did I handle that? I just yelled. I just cock blocked him the whole time. I was like, no, he's not. He's fine. I've given him lots of food. Like, that's just too down and fucking dirty. I know you're not eating the hummus out of the garbage. Like, no. Anyways, so that leads into, so that's like daytime downtown, right? Like he's eating hummus out of the garbage, but nobody's upset. Nobody's scared. Your grandma's walking with you. You're fine. It's cool. You're on the cruise. That's the vibe I want. But nighttime, gets a little different. Now, all the cruise ships come at a certain, time, and then they leave very on time. When I worked directly for the cruise lines as a shore excursion operator, I was responsible for the passengers I took on tour returning on time. That was my job. And so it's a change of pace for being responsible for the shuttle, but nobody personally is my responsibility. If these people went to the downtown and didn't get back in time, I'm not in trouble. I don't have to care. But innately, it's very difficult for me to give that up, because for years I was in charge of making sure all the tours came back from all the different tours that we did. We would send 3,000 to 5,000 passengers on tour on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday night. And my job was to call the captain, basically. Like, my job was to be in communication with all of my tour operators and all my bus drivers, so that if an emergency happened, I could make the phone call to the captain via the port agent and say, hey, we're going to be delayed XYZ amount of time. You need to be advised. And the reality is, the cost of fuel for a cruise ship is something like $20,000 every 30 minutes. So when you think about that, if I call ahead of time and they don't start the ship, they can save like $20,000 every 30 minutes. So instead of being, waiting for them and not knowing what's going on, the important part is being on the, aware of the situation and reporting to the ships. So that used to be my job, and it was called All Tours Back. And it used to be funny because when I would I would work the pier and I would send the tours out. It was such a great job for me. I loved it. I'd race the ship on an app that I had, and I would literally track the ships on the app as they were coming down to the port. And that, I was like, oh, well, if I beat them, I'm not going to be late. Never once late for that job. Okay. Um, anyway, so I would race down to the pier. I had a team in place that worked. And we would send the tours out. I had to be in contact with all the tour locations, pubs for the pub crawls, the castles, the tea for the Empress for tea, all that kind of stuff. And I had contracts with every single cruise line that came. Every single ship that came to the city, I did a tour with. I was in charge of the horse trolley tour, the whale watching tours, anyways. So, and the cruise ship people loved it because in Alaska, where these cruise ships are normally, they might have like 30 tours that they offer, but each one is a different company. So they have to like deal with 30 different people. When they come to my city, I do 30 different tours, but they deal with me and I make it fun. So they liked coming here. People, they like to sell my tours. Anyways, so keeping that in mind, years passed and I became the shuttle manager. So I'm no longer dealing with all tours back at midnight, calling around about broken legs or pub crawl fights while people, like my friends are sitting around laughing at me. Back when I had friends in real life. But anyway, so the cruise shuttle was less difficult to deal with for passengers, but you had to count a bunch of money at the end of the night. And so I get a phone call from the young kid who was downtown saying that there's some dudes harassing some people in the lineup. And I'm like, okay. And I really quickly calculate, like, oh, we're not sending another bus down there. Like, the last bus to come back is already there. The other buses are gone. So I can't go on to the next one. So I'm going to have to drive down there myself to check out what's going on. So I do that and I'm driving and I tell the guy, I'm like, just get on the bus. Just get on the bus to my staff member and close the doors. And if there's guys being douches or whatever, just get on the bus, close the door, and wait with the driver, and I'll be right there. And so, like, I drive, I park, I walk up, and I see these guys, and they're drunk. They're just being drunks. And so I I just do my usual thing. I'm like, hey guys, what the fuck's going on? What are you doing? And they're like, oh, nothing. And I'm like, yeah, well, you're bothering people, and I can't have that. Can we move along, pretty please? And they're sort of just like swearing and laughing. And I'm like, yeah, cool. But can we do that like down the street? And at the same time, I'm like signaling the bus to leave. I'm like, just leave now. Like, this is the last bus. It's leaving. And so the bus drives away. And then I realize all of a sudden, oh, wait, now I'm here by myself with these three guys who are causing a bit of a trouble. And I've sent everybody away. But what happened next was this is like a main sort of tourist street in our town. And it's got huge, like lots of stores with big front windows. And the drunkest dude of them all, went up to one of the store windows and punched it and broke the window right in front of me. And I was like, oh my fucking God. Just like immediately thinking of all the work, all the issues that are happening. But also like, but they ran away. And part of me is like, he's going to have cut his hand pretty bad. Like, that's not good. So I call 911 and I follow them up and they head up towards a bar. And I tail them all the way up to the main bar drag. And the lady on 911 was like, there should be a cop parked in the middle of the road. And I was like, yeah, I think so. She's like, I'm telling them right now. You can go flag them down and tell them about it. And I did. And the dude had like ducked into this sort of vestibule, but his hand was bleeding badly. And I was like, yeah, he's right there. Like you need to go help him first. And then also the store is totally open to the elements. So that's probably another thing that should be taken care of. Anyways, so that is the two stories about the cruise ship passengers. You know, those I have so many from when I worked with the cruise ship passengers. I love cruise ship passengers, and I love being one. But I'll just tell you, sometimes Americans are a little bit gullible, and I just love poking fun. It's just something I love to do. So I used to like the mountains are so gorgeous here, and people would be like, "Those are just so beautiful." And I'd be like, "You know how much we pay to get them painted up there every year?" Or one time, some guy was convinced that he was going on a whale hunt. And I was like, "No, sir, we did definitely 1000% do not offer a hunting trip for whales on your Carnival cruise. Like, not ever going to happen." And he was really convinced that he'd already purchased it. I was like, "Again, sir, I swear to God, not what you bought, what you bought." Um, yeah, I can fit 110 people on a double-decker bus, standing room. You can stand and wait for the next bus, or you can stand on the bus. It's up to you, but you'll get downtown faster if you do it on the bus. That's what I used to say quite a bit. Oh yeah, I was a cool boss too. I was a really cool boss. That's where I met my best friend, actually. She was one of my employees, not at the shuttle job. It was like years before the first cruise ship job that I had. I met her, and she was way more qualified than I was, but arrived at the job interview with like a calendar all made up and color coded with all the cruise ships and the arrival dates and all the piers they were going to. And I was just applying for like a 12-hour a week job. And then the boss was like, no, you're going to be the manager. And it then became like an 80-hour a week job, but I loved it. But anyways, I showed up and I was like, hold on, she's way more qualified than I am for this job. And you already gave it to her and then you took it back. I was like, what? And then I went and talked to her right away. I was like, I did not know he did that. And she's like, oh my God, no, it's totally fine. And then she became the best employee I ever had and my best right hand man and still my best friend in real life. Not saying you guys aren't best friends in real life, not saying you're not real, but just clarifying. And yeah, it was yeah, I know all of you probably, hopefully, have like worked with that work buddy or person who you're just like grooving with. And when you do a job like you send 3,000 people on tour and you do that in an hour and a half, so you'll arrive at a parking lot full of buses and you take out signs. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you'll take out signs and then you go and you make sure the tickets are counted, all that kind of stuff. And then the ship arrives and then all of a sudden they come flooding out and they have to all get to the right bus and all get to the right place, and then you send them off to go, and you turn around and look and the parking lot is empty and all you have is the signs, not even a bus. And you pick up all the signs and you make your way back. Oh, and the best part was my office was a double-decker bus. um the top level of a double-decker bus that was made into an office. It was really cool. But yeah, and you basically send them, bring all the signs back in, you count all the tickets out with the Shorex staff, and then you're done. Canadians are second easiest to get scammed. I'll tell you guys a really quick way to prevent or to know if you're being scammed or not. And this is something that Canadian people will not execute, even though it's pretty like foolproof. But basically, this is the truth. If you are ever approached, called, contacted about anything, insert here, and you have any sort of question about it, just start swearing at the person. And if they hang up on you or like sort of are taken aback, but like don't escalate, they might actually be real. But if they escalate with you and start swearing back at you or getting upset with you, this is a scammer. And they almost always will. So, if you have any feisty grandmas out there and you're worried about them getting scammed, you just teach them that trick. When somebody calls them with something, you just say, tell them to go fuck themselves. And if they say something mean back, and they will, I've listened to those scam baiting calls. Scam. I think working at a bank for like 5 years, 4 years, and then working at a car dealership, and then working at a dispensary, and then working at all different jobs I've had have given me pretty nuanced bullshit meter. But anyways, guys, I had such a lovely evening with you. I'm glad some of you remained for story time. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8:45 Pacific, 8, 9, 10, 11, 11:45 Eastern, I believe that is. And we are going to be watching a civilian warrant application, and the judge is getting sassy. I'm telling you that right now. And we'll be done before Credence and Mikey come on. Promises. Aw, thank you so much, Train Watcher 2. I appreciate that. I think I love hearing all you guys' stories. Rachel, I'm glad to hear you're feeling a bit better, okay? Please take care of yourself. I love being here, telling stories, hanging out with you guys. It's such a fun thing. So we're a little family here, and we love lurkers, and we love people that don't want to lurk all the time, or if you do, or whatever. It's okay. You be you. I'm being me. The only one that gets called out in this room is me because I'm the only one with my name on the title. So I love you all so much. I have to get to bed because I got to wake up early to be back on stream. We're going to make breakfast in the morning, though. I love you all. I will talk to you tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening. Peace out. Bye.